Good evening, everybody. We are here at Rem Alternus with Studio 404 Games. My name is Brett or GM Brett of Studio 404, and we have with us a whole host of people that are going to help us run Genesis RPG system with the narrative dice system in our new setting called Anarchy in Dragon City. This is a cyber fantasy setting that's post-apocalyptic after a magical tempest raged through the world, killing millions of people, rewriting the landscape, and mutating animals into horrible monsters that ravage the countryside, essentially forcing everyone to hide within mega cities that are also sort of city states. Our players tonight are going to be playing Lancers. These are freelance people who are working as they can in an overpopulated and underemployed city to make their lives a little bit better and make their communities a little bit better. So most people are not familiar with the Genesis system, and including some of the players here. So I'm going to run over a quick little synopsis of how the system works. This is a big fistful of dice system. There are 3 positive dice and 3 negative dice. We roll them all together. There are cancellations galore, and at the end we figure out what those results mean. The great thing that I love about the system is that there are 3 axes of resolution. There's the usual pass fail. There's advantage and threat, which are extra things that can either be beneficial or negatively affecting you. And then there's triumphs and despairs. Triumphs and despairs do not cancel each other out, and they are dramatic changes in the scene for better or for worse for the person who's rolling. There's also a meta currency known as story points that we keep track of that I'm going to show you all right now. Because we have 5 players, we have 5 player story points and 1 GM story point. This is going to go back and forth as players spend story points from their pool. They go into the GM pool, and the GM spends them, and they go into the player pool, and they just bounce back and forth over the course of the game. In this particular module, there are a couple of differences from the normal Genesis game, specifically because this game focuses on heists. During a heist encounter, different things are going to be able to happen. So those of you who are familiar with the Genesis system, I'm going to be doing things differently. Those of you who are not, it'll seem normal to you, and it's fine. One big thing that I also want to point out before we get started is all the players here have a flashback talent. This allows us to skip the whole legwork phase of a heist and allow us to have flashbacks mid-heist to say, I totally did this thing to prepare for the heist because I'm particularly good at a skill. And you get to spend a story point and say, I did this thing, and therefore I'm going to affect the scene this way. And either that will be a great a tool that you can use for a while or for one particular thing, or it'll be a contact, or depending upon the skills that you have. This is inspired a bit by Blades in the Dark as well as the TV show Leverage, because they were constantly doing little black and white flashbacks to show you how they prepped for the encounter. So with that all said, I'd like to go around real quick to introduce you to our players and the characters that they're going to be representing tonight. As I have 76 Trombones up on the top of my screen, I'm going to start with him.
All right. Well, as said, I am 76 Trombones. I'm a variety streamer on Twitch. I'll be playing, let's see here. I'll be playing Cody tonight, the con artist, but also the magic null, which I believe I have all sorts of talents that allow me to stop people from magicking me at any particular times. All in all, if I remember correctly, also about this character, this character loves their freedom, hates seeing others lose theirs, and some people need a little help to stand on their own.
Very good. ColdFae, why don't you take it away?
All right. So I'm ColdFaeHeart. I'm also a variety streamer on Twitch. Actually run some D&D streams, which Brett has played in before for me. So he's returning the favor. I am playing Harper, who is a hacker, and I work IT in real life, so I was like, I can get into the mindset of a hacker, and let's see what we can do.
Okay, moving down to Opti. Why don't you take it away?
All right, I am Opti. I'm not a variety streamer, but I am a podcaster and have my own gaming company called Fragged Unicorns. And I am going to be playing Sawyer, the Scrapper. Let's see, I worked assorted manual labor jobs in the Fulcrum, and basically I got in too many fights to maintain steady work. So I'm going to be the guy who punches people today.
Right. Cool. And just to point out as well, Opti and his Neo-Anarchist podcast was one of the big inspirations for my wife and I to come up with the Anarchy in Dragon City setting. So it's great to be able to play and introduce him to what he helped make.
Oh, that's awesome. I cannot be more excited. Thank you.
RaigeMage, who are you doing?
Hi, I'm RaigeMage. I'm a variety caster here on Twitch. I do a lot of games. I also do a bunch of tabletop stuff. All sorts of cool different things there. I'm playing Skylar, who is a mastermind / summoner. They're also a guardian, if I remember correctly, and they're all about just protecting theirs and healing people and making sure their friends are safe. That's it. That's all I got.
What else is there?
That's
everything.
I guess I'm just fulfilled. I can just die happy.
Yeah, Skylar is what is known as a mask magic user.
Right. Damn it.
They commune with the wild magic storm, and by emulating a story archetype of, in their case, the Guardian, they make the wild magic kind of calm down until it emulates what they are wanting to do and cause in the world. The other type of caster is what's known as a shard, because they generally have crystals along their suits, and they move those crystals in such a way to align a resonance field and cause only one magic thing to possibly exist in this area, and that's how they cast spells. But masks like Skylar choose a particular archetype, and Skylar chose Guardian, so they're all about defending people, which gives them other bonuses that other masks don't have. And last but not least, we have WonderGoon, and he's playing...
I'm playing Gray. My name is WonderGoon. I'm a variety streamer, though I focus mainly on World of Warcraft Classic and the Hardcore Challenge. My character is all about guns and workers' rights. So much like me in real life, so it shouldn't be too much of a stretch to play Gray. Character is what's called an Ashen, which I'll let them explain exactly what that is, because I'm new to the system. So
Yep.
Take it away.
Sure. So basically, when the wild magic tore through the world, it also changed people on a genetic level. So now people are born and are affected by the wild magic in different ways. As 76 mentioned earlier, Cody is a null, which is basically a low point in the magic. So he can't learn magic, and magic has a harder time affecting him in any way, which is not great when magic is a great, ready source of healing. On the other hand, we have Sawyer and Harper were imprinted on by animals. Sawyer is a wilding because they were imprinted by a predator, whereas Harper is more of a scavenger and was imprinted by a scavenger and is a bit more rat or rodent-like. And they have different natural abilities because of those things. A whole nother section of people were more imprinted on by the classical 4 elements. So Ashen were imprinted on by fire, and they essentially have a heat source underneath them. And when they get excited, their veins start glowing red underneath their dried, cracked, ashen gray skin. And they generally leave a lot of... Yeah. There's a lot of accidental art emulating life going on tonight.
Like the best, like TMNT plus Shadowrun vibes.
Funny fact, that was my first tabletop game.
TMNT and Other Strangeness.
Yeah.
Nice.
That was awesome.
It was so great.
And I dated myself. There we go.
I literally just played that one probably 2 months ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Mandius. Nice.
Holding up. So, as a few of you mentioned, you do have on your sheet something that is about your causes. One thing that I'm trying to push here with this setting is that is the punk aspect of you are the downtrodden and you're trying to help others that are even less fortunate than you are. So even though you may be the toughest person on the street and you're going to be all gruff and tumble and ready to throw down any particular thing, there's always this one little nugget of heart of gold somewhere inside of you of like, this particular thing triggers me to be better, triggers me to be a better person. So like for Gray, it's workers' rights, because he had a particular event in his past where his father tried to lead a strike and got horribly treated by the society around them, not just the corporation, but also by who he thought was his friends, that sort of thing. So we have something that we call a cause chart. At the beginning of a session, we roll on the cause chart to see if anybody's cause is triggered, and they're so excited about their cause coming to play in the coming adventure or heist or whatnot that everyone gets a boost. However, because of your territory being having some trouble, you also have something called unrest that may be detrimental. Of like, something is peaking up that is making you all sort of depressed, or they're distracted, stuff like that, because you really, the people just down the block really need food or are about to get evicted from their house, so this is distracting you. So if unrest comes up, then some minor negative thing happens. So I'm going to quickly roll a D100. Nope, not that. There we go. I know the keys. Okay.
A D00.
Right. Okay, so 91 actually does land you in the unrest category. So yes, your particular territory, the block that you call home, the people that you're trying to take care of, is in particular distress. And so the job that you're going to be running tonight is trying to get some funds together to clear up that mess. So what I need you to do is go to your character sheet, and at the front, at the under character sheet up at the top where it says your strain threshold, I want you to reduce that by 1.
Done.
Okay. Okay. So and this does not have the actual thing. So the job that are there any other last minute questions or anything like that before we get started? Nope. Going once, going twice. A lot of shaking heads. Great. Okay, so the job tonight that you were able to scrape together is from a contact weapons dealer fence friend of yours named Clive, who is looking for a particularly unique item that he heard about. A friend of his down, he works out of Overwatch, the corporate centerpiece of the city. But a contact over in the Fulcrum, which is where all the working and manufacturing and mining stuff gets happened, said that they actually had that item come across their desk, but it was delivered to Reclamations Incorporated for auction, because it's a rare item that they got from outside the walls. So Clive has hired you all to head on down to the auction house and pick up this item. And after a couple of days of prep and a conversation with Jane, you are finding yourself on your way to a fairly high-end hotel for being in the Fulcrum, because apparently they like to set things up in hotel rooms as opposed to a permanent structure. So as you're going up in the elevator, you're going to have a phone call from Junkyard Jane. Okay, Lancers, let's review. The Old World Auction House doesn't own a permanent office in the Crumbs. Instead, they rent out conference rooms in hotels when they have enough stuff to auction off. So they save money by making it fast and efficient. These corp execs got no love for the stuff they have either. If it doesn't sell, it gets slagged for raw materials. The auction is the best time to nab it from the corp itself, not from me and not from some rich collector with more entrenched security. You're looking for an old world disc player. Physical media isn't used much anymore, so I don't know why Clive wants it so bad. Something about the one he had burned out. I know some others from the Tempest generation held onto their CD collections, so maybe he wants to listen to some oldies real bad. I know you've had a few days to repair, and the less that I know about the details, the better. So good luck. And I will bring you all over to the conference room. So you all step out of the elevator over here. Sent you over there, hopefully. The air conditioning inside the hotel conference room is a stark contrast to the oppressive heat of summer in Flaming Canyon City. As you step out of the elevator onto the 10th floor, you enter the function hall, which provides a view of the factories, farms, and mining facilities of the Fulcrum below. Beyond that, the warded city walls loom over everything. The other guests murmur to each other in conversation. Some are expensively dressed, others are more casual. All of them would look out of place on the streets below. Some items are on display inside glass cases, which are on the upper wall here. Inside glass cases on pedestals. Broken old phone looking for something to plug into, a slightly tattered comic book, tastefully displayed bottle caps, and pre-Tempest metal coins. Any of these could go for a lot of money to a rich collector. On the street, they wouldn't be worth a morning cup of Jack Bean juice. 3 figures in business suits with Reclamation Incorporated, and I have... There we go. By the way,
Sick logo.
RaigeMage also moonlights as an artist and has done these corporate logos for us. So 3 figures in business suits with Reclamation Incorporated symbols on their breast pockets emerge from a side door. When they arrive at the central podium, the woman starts to speak while the 2 men stand on either side of her. And that would be these 3 over here. Thank you for coming, everyone. I shall be your barker today, Lydia Smith. We have several items on the docket today, so let's get right to it. As usual, we at Old World Auctions do allow for proxy bidding, but any communication with your sponsor needs to be done through the net drop in the hall. With apologies to those with cybernetics, we shall be using a Faraday cage to prevent too much interference with outside parties. We like to reward attendance. We're a bit old-fashioned that way. Similarly, for your safety, we are using some warding procedures to prevent any magical interference. I'm sure you all received the Wildstorm alert today, and here in the Fulcrum, we're always the first to feel those effects. With that out of the way, let's see what trash has become treasure. So looking at the brochure, the list of items, you quickly scan down and you see that your item is number 37 on the list. And yep, it is in fact listed off as a pre-Tempest Discman player. So at this point...
Pre.
Wicked old. With that out of the way, I now turn it over to you all you can ask clarifying questions. We can figure out what you want to do to try to get the item that you're looking for before it goes on, before the money changes hands and all of a sudden you're stealing it from some other person.
Have we been given a line of funds?
No.
Okay.
You are going to get paid for this job, but there's definitely a matter of you're getting about $5,000 for this, which is $1,000 each. And it's entirely possible that if you start auctioning with too much money, which may very well happen, that you're going to suddenly be at a loss for the income that you're going to make.
Provided we actually pay for it.
What are the exits to this room?
So, of course, there are the elevators. And you're 10 stories up.
Excellent. So that's one. That's another exit.
There's stairs somewhere.
There might be
I mean, there's
emergency stairs
elevators.
somewhere.
There's stairs somewhere.
There might be some emergency stairs somewhere if they cared to install them and cared about people's safety.
May I ask what this is?
What that is?
Right there.
That's totally a pillar.
Cool. And this?
That looks like it might be a back room. There seem to be some cables coming out of it, possibly running some of the local security that they had to install quickly and temporarily into the room, as opposed to having more entrenched security that they have ownership of. So as opposed to the hotel security, which is much more advanced and entrenched, they have their own line of security. And that seems to be the security room that they're protecting.
Are we? Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just making note of how like jerry-rigged the wires look and all that stuff, and like if I need to get into that, it's probably going to be pretty simple because it was thrown together pretty last second.
Okay. If you want, you can roll me a knowledge tech skill. I'll make that. That'll be actually somewhat average, as you're really just looking at the
observing
hardware.
from a distance to see like if I need to get over there and get into something, is there anything useful?
Totally. However, because of the Faraday cage and you have the tech quality, I'm putting in 2 setback dice for the check.
Okay.
But other than that, you are set to go with 2 black and 2 purple as your difficulty, and you can just click the button next to knowledge technology, which is in the custom skills, so it's way down at the bottom.
Down at the bottom.
The
Custom
assumption is that
skills.
we've moved into this room, right? We're not stuck. We're not in this waiting room. We're
Yes,
moving. We're in the main area, just sort of meandering around.
Yep.
Okay.
And the two tokens here are representing the crowd of people.
Right.
Yep, milling about.
What about?
I made my roll. I don't know.
Okay. So that is a failure, as there are no successes showing. But you have 1 advantage. So the 1 advantage could be, being that you're looking around, you can't quite tell, because of failure, you can't quite tell anything about how badly or whatnot. The lines and whatnot that you're seeing look fine. You're not seeing an exploitable issue with how they've set things up. However, you have an advantage, so you could notice something else.
Okay. I mean, I'm looking in the direction of the security and the wires and stuff like that. So I don't know what other possible thing over there I might notice.
Okay.
I think what he's saying is you can sort of make something up that's cool.
I know, but
I have an idea to throw out at you.
okay. That's
So as you're looking around, you're not just looking physically at the wires and cameras and stuff like that. You're also, because you have technology and you have cyber eyes and stuff like that, you can sense the flows of the data stream of the wireless network in the area. What that also means is you can identify other people with the tech quality because their cyberware is doing a feed and receive lines of data. As such, the guard to the left of the Barker that I'm currently pinging, the Glacier Guard, you might be seeing the name of. I'm going to move him a little bit so you see what I'm talking about. He is actually, he also has the tech quality. He is cyberized in some fashion. Lydia is not cyberized, and the other guard is not cyberized. But they do have devices that are obviously communication devices that are active and apparently not interfered with by this Faraday cage.
okay.
Do the windows open, and or what are they made of?
They seem to be made with fairly thick glass. They do not open, or at least they don't open by any manual method that you are perceiving at the windows.
And what? Good.
And as Sawyer and Gray have kind of moved around, I'll say that as you walk by, the Discman is in this last pillar at the end here.
And what do vents look like? Like up top, air conditioning, ceilings. What are we looking at?
Okay. They certainly exist. Whether or not they are exploitable is a good question. Would you like to roll a perception check, or because this starts getting into the whole flashback thing, and especially for Sawyer, this is a very good use of their flashback. So Sawyer has a flashback that's related to their skills that are at rank 2 or higher. In particular, Sawyer has athletics, which allows them to basically say they gained physical access to the location ahead of time, and they may have scoped out or set up a method for insertion or egress. So you could already know that there's a emergency exit right over there that you can use, or a vent system that you could use or whatnot right over there, and therefore make it much easier on the exit later. Another favorite has also been to just say, nope, here's my pound of C4 and this window's going away.
I like the idea that I like the idea that right before we got here, I sort of scouted things out in the vents, and so there's maybe a vent on one of the walls, or even maybe on the ceiling. I don't have a preference, but I have arranged it so that I can pop that out and get out that way if we desire.
Okay. So cool. I'm going to spend the PC story point so that you activate your flashback, and yep, we get the quick black and white flashback of Sawyer coming up into the conference room, scoping them out, peeling off a couple of vents to see if he can get his shoulders in there, that sort of thing, and just doing a little bit of mapping of the network to figure out the fastest way back down to the first floor. So yeah, if you need to utilize that method of egress, it is ready to go.
I imagine me like using my claws as like screwdrivers, like I've chiseled them into the shape of different screwdrivers.
This pinky is a flathead, and this.
Yeah. And that one's for the drugs.
Sawyer's nickname is Phillips.
The one fun one is the character that we don't have represented today, Gale, is another tech character, and he actually has a multi-tool. His cyber hand basically becomes a multi-tool, so he has any tool that he needs right there in his hands within a certain amount of reason of like miniaturized tools. Yep, he's got all of them.
Inspector Gadget.
Yep. Okay, cool. Anybody else have an idea, request, something they'd like to try?
I would like to just take a look around and see what they've got going on magically. I think I can use knowledge magic for that.
That's correct. All right, I'll give you the same difficulty I gave to ColdFae. You're also being interfered with by the magical wards, so you're getting 2 setback dice, and it's just an average check to look around.
Okay, I'm gonna click a button.
Okay.
I did it. I clicked the button.
You did. All right.
I didn't do it.
Interesting.
No
And
successes.
you got the same result. That's fascinating. Almost the exact same roll. Yeah, that's kind of scary.
Time to notice something important.
The dice don't like us at all.
Welcome to me playing any role-playing game.
Yes.
It's because I DM so much.
That's a kindness. It's like if you have that curse, you use it as a kindness in your GM.
There you go. So I guess the thing I would like to notice is not like, obviously I failed at seeing what magic they have going, but I would like to be able to notice if they've set up like crystals or some kind of ritual object in the area that may be powering what's going on.
Okay. So yeah, you're looking around for the magic flows, and it's as advertised. There is definitely a high activity of wild magic going on that is affecting the area. It is being reduced by the warding, but is definitely making the flows of magic a bit more chaotic, even if lower frequency, lower amplitude, but still high frequency.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, as is pretty much standard protocol, because of the accessibility, they have set up a couple of crystals nooked into various corners and crevices to set up these wards around the area. So you could either try moving the crystals until the resonance field goes away, or manipulating them in some other fashion in order to try to break the ward or what have you.
Okay.
That, of course, would be doing that physically would be fairly obvious, and if there's another magic active person, which there probably is, to have set it up in the first place, that might be telling.
Yeah. Okay.
Could I make a general perception roll to see if these two guys next to the podium are carrying firearms, and if so, what type?
Sure, that sounds great. I'll give you the same thing. Perception. Oh, that's right. Gray has a 1 in perception. Okay.
Yeah.
2 threat.
Just like real life.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah. All right. I'll check my thing here.
Some stellar rolls tonight.
Yeah.
We're getting the bad ones out of the way.
Yeah,
exactly.
right now.
Yep.
It's a slow roll. So Gray actually has a background in security. He was getting trained up. He actually got fairly successful until his father got treated like crap, and he basically stormed out, like clocked his boss in the jaw and then walked out. Which means that he's actually got some friends on the force, if you will. You think you recognize some of the security folks in the back corners. But what's bothering you is the fact that as you're scoping out the two bodyguards, is that one of them seems to be, he's now lingering on you, and you think he might also recognize you. So your attention to them has gained their attention, which might make things a bit more complicated, at the very least for you, on your next action.
Okay.
Most likely it's just going to be another setback die, depending on what you're doing.
Gotcha.
For those unfamiliar with Genesis, setback dice and boost dice are basically the +1s and +2s of most other games. They're the fairly minor adjustments. Okay, so is there anybody who hasn't done at least one thing yet? I don't think Cody has done anything yet.
I am actually interested in the lower left security guy. I'm looking to sort of see if I can chat this guy up.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
the one closest to the unruly wires.
Gotcha. Yeah, so you might notice that there's a little green bar on the two security in the back.
Yep.
So in Genesis, there are adversaries come in 3 stages. There's minions, rivals, and nemesis. I'm using the green bar to show you that this is actually 3 people. So that's actually 2 teams of security guards of 3 each.
No problem.
But yes, you can totally chat up this security team and see what kind of information you can glean out of them, or whatever you're trying to do.
Mostly I'm trying to distract them.
Okay.
Basically, I'm basically making a line about, you seem to know more about the security in this place. I'd love to know more about how you move these items back and forth, because I have a feeling you folks are the ones that are in charge of handling these things.
Ah, okay. Great. Let me see here.
This frees it up for Harper, because I'm basically just trying to free up this corner for Harper.
The look on my face right now is that was really forward.
I'm nothing
To people. Ew.
Hi, tell me more about your security, because that doesn't scream I'm trying to.
Well, I mean, what else do they know about? They're just security guys. This is what they do for a living. I'm interested in them. Tell me about you.
Very negative pen test report if this works.
Okay, so they are not really all that on. Okay, so that is going to be uh, one purple, one red difficulty against their social defenses, which they're not particularly trained on.
Cool.
There's no setback die for you because you are you're not magic and you're not tech, so you're not affected by these two fields going off.
Yep.
So yeah, you're ready to go, and I assume you're rolling deception to
I-
try to pull this information out of them.
I am.
Okay.
I don't have access to my journal at the moment.
Oh. Doo-doo-doo. Okay. So, shall I just roll it for you?
For now, yeah, that works.
Okay.
It's 2 deception, 4 cunning.
Yep. Also, you have a knack for it with deception, so you remove
Yep.
2 setback dice, even if you had.
Yep. I saw that.
Okay, so hooray! We've turned the tides. We've got 2 successes and an advantage.
It's
And I'll move Cody down to here. So, 2 success. So, yes, you do get some key information out of them. Basically, it comes down to, yeah, this job is pretty cushy, all things considered. We get to hang out in cool hotels, stuff like that. Get to have great room service on the company's dime.
That's amazing.
Stay in hotel rooms, stuff like that. The big part of it that's kind of a drag is all these.
They make you buy your own drinks. They always make you buy your own drinks, right?
That's why we're sitting by the bar.
Oh.
But no, it's the cases, man. It's the fact of like these really gentle, broken, ancient things are ready to break down if you breathe on them wrong. Like the comic book over there, yeah, it's boarded, but it also is vacuum sealed at this point. But those cases, that's really thick glass, so even if it falls over, it's not going to shatter. And because some of them might have been, wackily affected by the nasty magic out there, we actually have some void iron in the base to nullify the effects.
Is void iron kind of like something like what I do, like the null field?
In fact. But it's this weird mixture of materials that is it's based off of something that they pull out of the fulcrum, and then they do a strange process to it. It's super rare on the street, but it has this but it has this great effect of nullifying both magic and technology. So Sawyer's actually had some experience when he has gone outside of the wall for odd jobs of scavenging material from the outside. That like vehicles often have a lining of void iron in it to protect it from the outside magic and the critters out there. A lot of enhanced people have complained about being uncomfortable if they get too close to it or they even touch it. It is believed that the secret police, the Dragoons, may even use void iron as a way of crowd control and shackles for enhanced individuals.
I'm assuming it doesn't bother me.
No, you've actually taken great pains to not have either of those problems. The most technological thing you have is your phone.
Yeah.
Semi near where the void iron is, and I cringe and run away.
It's a Nokia.
What are our communications like? Am I hearing that conversation, or
I'll leave it open. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I'm gonna throw my advantage onto our hacker so that they have an advantage on their hacking roll.
Absolutely. Okay, so that's actually everyone has taken one action. At this stage, Liddy has gotten up to the high teens, like 17. So we're not quite halfway there to number 37 for the item that you're going for. So who would like to start us off on the next round of actions?
I'm going to do the same thing with the perception, but focusing this time on the crowd. And I'm going to move like back here. Put the crowd between me and the goons over there.
Okay. I'm gonna change the difficulty a bit. Okay. All right, so you're going to have 3 setback dice as you are being under surveillance from the glacier, but you're still at a 2 purple. So what are you really? You're analyzing the crowd for.
I'm looking for
what you're going for.
I'm looking for ringers or people who are maybe doing the same thing we are, just kind of blending into the crowd, things like that. Basically looking for another team.
Okay.
Good call.
And I have no idea what that means, but it looks bad.
Okay, so that's 2 failures.
2 failure, 3 threat.
And 3 threat. 3 threat is not great. 1 second. That's not something that shows
The
up often.
dice hate us tonight.
I'm fine.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Cody.
Like, I'm
Okay.
gonna go slip back into the elevator. I'll watch from a security camera. Y'all have fun.
What's a good reaction there?
Somebody was asking in the chat if the background art is from the Splat.
Actually, this background art is brought to you by Frag Maps, RPG maps. They specialize in cyberpunk and whatnot maps. I'm one of their patrons. You can find them on Patreon at Frag Maps at Patreon, and they just do excellent work. Apparently, they're over in Australia, so like they just woke up. So they missed the window for getting into our credits, unfortunately. But yes, I highly recommend if you're looking for cyberpunk maps, you go find Frag Maps at Patreon and back them for a couple of bucks a month, and you get some amazing maps. And at the different tiers, you get different versions of the map. Like this is the basic version. You can get a nighttime one, more bare bones, more decorations, some alternate tiles to like cover up the security room with a more expansive corner, that sort of thing. He does really great work.
Were you talking about the map that we're working on, or the overlay on Twitch?
That's what I was gonna say too. Is I think they might be talking about the art for the
Oh, I read that totally differently. But that was an amazing plug.
Yeah.
Like, you were on the spot with that.
Yeah,
Smashing.
Background art. I think they're asking for the
that was artwork that we got commissioned. I'm trying to find the artist's name. One moment.
Yes, they were referring to the art around.
Okay. So yeah, that artwork I've had in my head since 2019. And then we went out and found an artist by the name of Jones Oliver, who is from South America somewhere, who also does great cyberpunk artwork. And he was extremely accommodating and just great to work with, giving me like daily updates and allowed me to really craft it the way that I want it to come out. And it's tricky, even with Mid-Journey. I'm like trying to figure out other ways to get different scenes inside the city, but every time I say city over fire, the city is on fire. That doesn't work. So I'm glad you like it. I'm looking forward to getting that on the cover of the books. I've already laid it out in the Genesis template, which is generally a big circle in the middle. And I really liked how he took the Drake's Go Home graffiti at the bottom and also put it onto the graffiti artist's jacket. So yeah, there's just so much about that artwork that I like. It's my background on my computer for the foreseeable future. So sorry, with that plugging segue out of the way, thank you to the viewer. So the glacier bodyguard next to Lydia is going to do the classic head to his earphone thing, whisper it something into it, and the guards over here are going to start approaching Gray. They're going to be they're following Roadhouse rules. They're going to be nice until it's time to not be nice. And you completely recognize they're almost reading the card that you memorized back in school. Like, excuse me, sir, would you please step over here, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They very much look like they're kind of following orders. These folks do in fact have some weaponry on them, obviously displayed, as opposed to the nice bodyguards up front that are wearing nice suits, so they're not displaying any such weaponry. These are blatantly security guards. They're nicely dressed, but security. So they are now attentively seeing to your security and safety.
Okay. Well, I don't resist because I like my melon where it's at. But
But do you feel safe?
No, not at all.
Oh.
But I'll move over here and talk with them a little bit.
Okay, great. Yep, they'll pull you off to the side.
I'm gonna try to eavesdrop on this a bit if I can.
Okay. Again, not really a problem. You all have, live mics going, which is easy enough.
Okay.
So yeah, he can just have his mic open, and you can overhear that everything's a little elevated, but not a horrible situation just yet.
Your mic keeps cutting in and out.
Mine does?
Yeah, I think you're moving away from it a little bit, and it cuts out and gets garbled.
Of course it does. Let me see if I can make Discord a bit more friendly.
So I have a question for the GM. How, when casting magic or using wild magic, or communing, how overt is it?
That'll largely depend upon the fact that you're doing as far as mundane eyes go. To magical eyes, you'll be pretty obvious.
Okay. Well, never mind then.
Yeah.
I kind of give you a pointed look that says I have an idea to try to get him out if we need to, but it's just a look.
Just shrug.
Okay, so that was Gray went. We still have Sawyer, Harper, and Skylar to go. And Cody again, who finished us off last round.
I'll go.
So,
okay. I would like to see who the magic people are in the room.
Okay.
If I may.
You can.
It's the same kind of thing as I did last time.
Yep, exactly right. Nice. Okay. So there are a couple of assorted low magical people that might have a couple of gifts here and there in the crowd, but nothing to really write home about. The big important one is the Ashen Guard on the other side of Lydia. Is magically active. In fact, now that you've noticed it, he actually does have a couple of well-tailored but crystals embedded into his suit that he can. Shard. So he's a shard. Yep. Yeah. So therefore, not only are they particularly clever and intelligent casters and very nimble with their hands, but they can also negate and drain magic away from things and people.
Okay.
For the 2 threat. For the 2 threat, I'm going to put on you a setback die for the next roll. So just that little marker right there so we can remember, because things might be getting complicated in a minute. I don't know.
What do you mean?
Everything's fine.
It's going fine. Everything's fine.
Optimism. I ain't shot nobody yet.
So that brings us down to Sawyer, Harper, or Cody, and it looks like Sawyer is taking a gander at the case with the Discman in it.
Yeah, I heard the guards talking about the reinforced, cases, right? And then right away mentioned the
Void Iron.
Void Iron. I wondered if there was some connection. Do I know if Void Iron has any sort of special properties other than canceling out magic or tech?
That is the special quality, honestly. Like as you're getting closer, you're beginning to feel this, like hairs going up on the back of your neck, sort of itchy skin thing.
Like they are made of Void Iron.
The base,
the cases.
So it's a glass case, sort of like you know the little cases that they hold miniatures in.
Yeah.
It's a glass top, so you can see it very well, but the base is black metal.
So if you go after it, it'll okay. I'm on board now.
So the Void Iron is protecting the case from any magical or technological interference, and the glass is particularly thick and difficult to break. So if you couldn't just like accidentally push it off and break the glass, you'd have to really force it to break it out of the case. And then at that point, you're probably breaking the Discman, and your job is to get it back in as much repair as it is because he needs the parts.
Is there anything in this world that helps deal with, like, to help mitigate the effects of Void Iron at all, or do anything to help be able to be closer to it or interact with it when it would normally cause issues?
Not as of yet. It's more the thing to deal with other problems as opposed to something to solve it. It's at the same time so rare that a lot of people don't get access to it to experiment with it.
Okay.
Is there a key? Is there something? How would they open it?
That's a very good question. What's a good thing for you to go with? Normally I go for skullduggery. That's probably not what you want to do. Perception could make sense. What else you got?
Can I assist with skullduggery?
Right. I mean, I could just be like, "Hey, get over here and give me an eye."
I could talk him through it over the phone.
Sure, if you want.
I mean, you know what I mean, over the comm bead or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, considering your last conversation, it would make sense for you to hop on over and take a better look at the cases.
Sure.
So you could do a combined check as opposed to just handing a boost die over the phone.
Mm-hmm.
My perception checks add 1 boost because of my enhanced senses as well.
Absolutely.
Sure enough.
But I think that means that probably Cody has the higher cunning and the higher skill. Because I know you have 4 in cunning, and I'm guessing you have a 2 in skullduggery.
I believe it's a 1.
Just a 1? Okay. And Sawyer, do you have anything in skullduggery?
I have 0 skullduggishness.
Okay. So then
Skulls.
I'm the social rogue. I'm just
Wait, do I have amongst the higher skullduggery of the group?
Possibly.
There you go.
I've got it too.
I can fight and run and jump. That's my skill set.
Scrapper. Cody, I'm going to give you a boost die for Sawyer's enhanced senses and a boost die for Sawyer's assistance. But if you otherwise, you're getting 2 purple and 1 red. Actually, nope. You're going to get 3 purple. You're not going to get the red because you're not affected by the Void Iron. So you're just going up against a hard difficulty of 3 purple, and you can roll your skullduggery.
All right. Do I have access to my journal yet? Not yet.
Okay, let me see if I can. Cody.
Yep.
There it is. That's why.
Should I try refreshing?
Nope. I just need to add it to you. There you go. You should have it now.
Indeed. There we go.
Awesome. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. I didn't want to interrupt. All right, let's see here.
Yep.
Skullduggery. And we are adding... Oh, I meant to add what? The setback die?
I'm taking care of the modifiers. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay, cool.
So yeah, you got all that, and wow. Okay. All right. So you're not sure how this is locked and opened properly, but you have 5 advantage. um, so that's potentially noticing a whole bunch of. So what I would say there is the big thing is that you realize the reason you can't tell how this thing is opened normally is because it is not right. It is not currently the right time for you to lean over the box. You can't see underneath it. So you've basically you've eliminated a whole bunch of other ways and methods that it could possibly be opened. So when it comes time to open the box, you're going to get an upgrade onto the check to do so either surreptitiously or by in non-forceful means.
Okay.
So
oh man, 5 advantage. I don't even know how to start on that one.
That's why I'm just going with upgrade.
Upgrades? Yeah, I mean, I'll take the upgrade. Yeah. Is upgrade a full 5 or is that 3?
Technically, the upgrade doesn't have an advantage. It's usually a triumph.
Oh, yeah.
5, 6 advantage all at once is about triumph worthy.
Thank you. I'll take it.
Unless you want to break it up in some other fashion, but
no, I'm good for now. Okay. I'll take it.
Cool. So that brings us down to Harper.
All right. So I'm kind of trying to observe a little bit of like I'm half eavesdropping on Gray being over in the corner because I want to try to pop over there if I need to. But I'm looking around. I'm looking at the data feeds that I see. Is there any type of easy distinguishing factor for me as I look at the data feeds to tell what is stuff from this group and what is stuff that is built into the hotel? Like, is there any distinguishing factors between those that I can see, like, just visually as I'm looking?
Okay. I'm going to just hand wave say yes, you can. They are on. They're basically on different channels,
different frequencies, different channels. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And let's just say for sake of argument, they're color coded differently so that everyone can tell that this is ours and that is theirs. It's not exactly emulating to color code, but it's definitely a different encryption line of code.
I get what you're describing. Or it's like different channels on like your Wi-Fi at home where yeah. So you don't okay.
So if I might make a recommendation.
Yes.
So you identified the fact that there is the Faraday cage that is active. Last time you also identified the fact that the Faraday cage is not affecting them themselves.
Right.
Which means that there's some key or authorization channel or passcode or whatever like that that could potentially make you unaffected by the Faraday cage as well.
That would make sense. What would I use to try to figure out what that is?
That would be, or rather, to get you all on the authorized list or all your tech people would be a cracking check.
That would be a cracking check. Excellent. And I might on. Okay. Is there anything I can use to help boost a cracking check? No, it doesn't look that way.
You do. 1 second. You have a couple of talents that are particularly useful to do it.
Okay, they didn't specify cracking in them, so I wasn't sure if they applied to that. I'm assuming, are you talking about the coding and the distinctive style?
The distinctive style, which says computers, but it's specifically for hacking. So it totally is cracking. That was my copy-paste error on the sheet, and I apologize.
No, that's okay. I'm just having the debate of do I want the additional 2 success, but do I want them to then figure out who I am and that I'm here? Right. All right, really bad. This is acid burn references. Okay.
And another resource you have to hand is story points, where you can upgrade your check to get turn a green into a yellow. and you also, of course, have your flashback ready to go in the fact of, oh yeah, I scoped out this area earlier, and I already have a device to code us and get us all authorized. If you don't want to make the check and just simply declare it as part of your legwork, we can do that.
Yeah, you know what? I will do that. I will do a flashback, and earlier I'd managed to come by. I used my Omni Pass. I am this person. I totally, I'm involved with this. I need to you need to make sure that myself and my group that I am going to be with are on this authorized list.
So yeah, we'll do that story point spent. So yeah, what you were doing previously was doing some last checks of the code to make sure nothing changed and make slight alterations to your device. You then upload that to you and the rest of the team, and the 2 setback dice for all tech characters on the team goes away.
Excellent.
Which means you have now overcome one of the obstacles in the heist. Okay.
Victory.
So that's going to bring Lydia up to 25. As things got a little heated in the middle there, and so the comic book seemed to go for an exorbitant amount of money because it is in relatively good condition, and somebody thinks it might be filling out their collection.
What was the comic book? I need to know.
I'm sure it was some X-Men title or another. There's so many of them, but just not anymore. So
It was
Howard the Duck.
Probably something super crappy like Thunderstrike.
so crappy, I haven't even heard of it.
It's alternate Thor.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Back in the day.
Question.
Mhm.
Are there 3 guards around me?
That's correct.
Okay. Can I use a flashback for a scene that takes place elsewhere, or does it have to be in this room?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, I want to do a
So
flashback.
You could have like chatted somebody up at a bar or whatever.
Exactly what I'm thinking. I chatted up these 3 guards earlier, and I've actually paid them, or going to pay them out of my share, 200. Is it dollars, new yen? What's the currency called?
Scales.
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 The draconic money is measured in scales.
I was going to say
Okay.
dragon skin, but scales sounds so much better.
All right. I've given these 3 guards 200
the-
scales each to actually help us move the device. And whoever wins it, it's going to end up in our vehicle instead of the person who actually wins it. And that's what I'm paying them for. That's the flashback. And I'm just, when they pull me aside, I wink at them and just go, everything ready?
Nice. Okay. Love it.
That's amazing.
200 scales a lot of money or not? I'm like wondering on it.
Nothing. It does a good amount for.
You're cutting out.
I'm sorry. It's enough to not utterly betray your employer for these guys, but it's certainly a good amount. It's a fine amount of money for what is going to happen in this particular situation, especially if it all goes to one person. So yeah, they are going to start giving you the pat down. One of them blatantly hits one of your pistols and keeps going without saying anything about it. You suddenly feel Harpo click you over into the accepted list of the Faraday cage, and suddenly like your cyber eyes get clearer and your joints feel a little bit looser as things are playing as they should normally.
Good.
So you're like sort of prepping yourself for whatever comes next, and the show you might put on to put up mock resistance or whatever with your drinking buddies.
Sounds good.
Okay, excellent. So Gray is ready to go, and let's move Cody over to there to catch up a little bit. Harper is taking care of the Faraday cage, and the guards are paying attention to Gray, just not in the way that they thought they were originally. So anybody but Gray has an idea.
I have one. and it's only because someone else did something cool, and I also want to do the same kind of cool. So I'm totally stealing it from them. Good job, ColdFae. I would like to move over this way, down over here, sort of out of view of the shard, and because I saw where the crystals were, where they set up their ritual, I want to see if I can add myself to the ritual.
Ooh, okay.
And do we have any other magic casters in here?
Sawyer is magically active, just not a caster.
I can help with counterspell. No.
Just be careful.
Oh.
They're watching. So yeah, I'd like to try to do that. I don't know how I'm going to do that, but
Okay.
that's what I want to do.
So does that mean you want to try a flashback thing, or are you trying to do an actual spellcasting thing?
An actual spellcasting thing.
Okay. Cool. All right, so it's going to be, but what you're trying to do is assert yourself into basically the authorized list of the ward, or you're trying to break the ward?
I don't want to break it. I want to
Okay.
just be a part of it or be accepted by it.
Cool. Okay.
I want to commune with the magic.
You have to be in the ward where it happens.
Yep. Yeah, actually, I can totally see that. So as a commune caster, as a mask of the Guardian, you start basically telling the magic a story about how this is your home, this is your hearth. I am welcome here, and so are my friends. We are under the bonds of hospitality, stuff like that, and we'll see how that runs out. So that's going to be. You're still affected by the word for now, so it's still 2 setback dice, but it's going to be
extra setback die.
Yep, thank you. And it's going to be 3 purple for the base difficulty.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but it sounds pretty cool. What do I need to roll?
And because I have so many of them, I'm going to spend a story point.
No.
Yes, I know. But then again,
but now we have one.
But now you have one, and also you could spend one right back to upgrade your check.
Okay.
If you like.
Well, you go first.
I did. I'm all set to go in the modifier. It's a matter of
damn it.
You need to do it before the rolls.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, there aren't too many resisted rolls in Genesis. Not too
Let's just go
many.
with it.
Spend them if you got them.
Disadvantages. Let's just go with it.
Let it ride.
A good answer. Okay, so roll your commune check, please.
Commune. What does it mean if it says 1B in my mods?
It means you get a boost die automatically because you are a component caster. You have that talent. So like you're pulling out some incense or other little, component, and it dissolves in your hand as you use it for the magic.
Crystal powder. It would be crystal powder.
Sure.
Do I have to do anything, or is it added automatically?
That's added automatically. That's what that symbol means, is that it's adding a boost die automatic. Hey, awesome. Okay. You have a success and advantage. So success. You wire yourself into the ward, and you briefly have enough access that you can also piggyback Sawyer onto it as well. Basically like, I invite myself, and now that I'm an invited person, so is he.
Perfect. I love that.
So that'll be the advantage as well, as both of you are suddenly no longer affected by the ward.
Yeah.
And things get back to their normal amount of wild magic chaos, but it's flowing through you. The open channel that is you is more smoothly flowing.
And over the radio, I'll be like, "Oh, that should feel better for you, Sawyer."
Yes, I'm not quite feeling so uninvited.
And then Skylar, as you just did a commune action, please take 2 strain damage.
Yes.
Okay.
I just
Cool.
grumble copycat.
Yes. I say yes. It was a good idea.
Okay, so that's another obstacle down. So now you just have the various physical security of the guards and the case. admittedly, you revealed the hidden obstacle, which was the Void Iron surprise on the case.
I mean, I feel like that would have been really obvious as soon as someone tech or magical got anywhere near it.
Yes, as soon as they touched it, they would have been like, "You live," and probably dropped it and made a big scene out of it.
It's made of worms.
This case is on fire. All right, we did not come here to hear me sing, so let's move on. So that was Skylar. Gray's already gone. I think we're up to Cody and Sawyer.
Is this the third round or the second?
This is third. I know Gray went. I know Skylar went. I think that's it for this round. So we have 3 people who could go.
What about you said the Barker? Can I just cruise over this way, like sort of pretend to look out the window, but then like see if I can't grab a look at somebody with a set of keys or something?
Ooh, okay.
Or some other sort of, I mean, if I know that certain devices can be opened with keys or I don't know. A garage door opener or something.
It could be anything like that, honestly, because you haven't been able to find the actual locking device, so it could be remote. Sure, that sounds like it's another physical, just a standard perception check.
I'm gonna give you a bit of a thought, and it might not be a thing, but as all the other items are being auctioned off, are those cases being opened up and the things being handed over?
Good point. There's a rapid transaction that happens so before the case is handed over, and I think I'll say that that is a fair point.
You can observe what they're doing with the other cases, and if they're doing the same thing with every case.
Right.
Or do they wait until the end to like give all the auction people their things?
Right. I think I was saying that they basically get a ticket to pick up the item later, so that the cases never go out of their ownership because Void Iron is so rare and expensive. So they'll set up an exchange at a later date, but the item, the ticket gets them the item later, sort of thing. It makes the most sense, especially considering the care that they want to take for the items.
That's important to note because we could just steal the ticket.
Yeah.
Unless it's an electronic ticket, in which case you could steal the ticket.
Yep.
Or I could say this, like, what if I steal a different ticket and then bail out through one of the vents, and then you guys would actually get the real item while they're looking for me.
What? I love it. Please do it. This is so chaotic. I love it.
At that point, if you're going to go pick Mohawk, you might as well go full bore and just grab the case and dive in the vent.
I really want this comic book. It's first appearance of whatever.
Thunderstrike.
Felix the cat.
Howard the Duck. I'm telling you, it's Howard the Duck. The most precious leftover comic that nobody wanted from before times.
Yep, but now everybody wants it.
First appearance of Rain Sinclair, of who my character loves for some reason. Big hairy people in comic book. So I'll start hovering over the comic book, like breathing heavy and giving really obnoxious, obvious eyeballs. You ever read this issue? Nobody has.
That's amazing.
Okay, are you just going to hang out there for the time being, or do you want to try something?
Well, also, I did want to see if I saw any keys or anything like that when I was over there.
Okay, sure.
But then after that, I'll resume breathing heavy over the comic book.
Okay.
He's just leaving like a fog on there, and he's like tracing like a happy face on it.
Mine.
He's just making that symbol that we all made in high school that no one knows what it actually means, like
The special S.
Yeah.
Thought that was Stussy.
I thought it was Slayer.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm thinking of a different S. Okay, so it sounds like you want to do a perception to see if you can find the master key or whatnot. We can totally do that. I'm going to spend a story point to upgrade the check, and I'm going to add a single setback die just because of how close you were getting. Just to rewind a little bit. So, like, as you were getting closer to the Barker Lydia Smith, you were beginning to get a little too close for the guard's comfort, sort of thing. So you're under a little bit of extra scrutiny. But it's going to be a rainbow of 1 black, 1 purple, 1 red is your difficulty.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll perception.
How do I do that?
On Sawyer's sheet, you should, if you scroll down on the skills tab, yep, skills, scroll down, and then perception
I have
is about
1 rank, and then
Yep.
it says I have 1 boost.
correct, and you have 1 rank, and because of your cunning, you have 2 extra green, and you have a boost from your enhanced wildling senses. So if you click the D20 button over all the way to the right, you'll roll it against the difficulty.
E20 button all the way to the right.
Yeah, to the right of the skill you were looking at.
On the D20?
On your character sheet in roll 20.
Okay, there we go. That's where I was like,
Sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. Here we go. Bam! There we go.
Okay. Hey, Colt, this is what I told you. This is what I told you about last night.
Is this a complete wash?
This is a complete wash, which means you failed, but nothing particularly good or bad happens. So, like, you don't get into any extra trouble for what you're trying to pull, but you also don't like notice or pass along any benefits to other people. This is the unfortunate side effect of a bell curve system that every once in a while it comes up and just flat out nothings. I know some people like to house rule, we'll just roll it again, or add a single boost die or a boost and a setback die to see if it changes things. In general, I just play it as it lies. It's just a fact of life. Sometimes just nothing interesting happens.
Yeah.
So,
that
I
makes
almost... I almost get a glimpse of something, but then I cough, and they both turn and look at me, and they go, "Allergies, am I right?" Like, yeah, for sure.
Yes,
I'm just gonna go breathe on this comic book.
Don't hairball
You
the
fog,
merchandise.
you fog up the glass around it. Oops.
Sir, can you please move away from the comic book? No. You move.
I love that speech. One of my favorite authors. Okay, so I think that brings us down to Cody or Harper.
Does anyone here currently need assistance? Gray, I know you sorted things out with earlier bribes.
Yeah, I'm good.
Sawyer, you're just breathing on glass. It's Harper, you're good.
I'm good for right now.
I think we need to come up with a plan.
My plan is: are there security cameras in the room, and are they on the data stream in a way I can access them? And like when I'm looking through security cameras, am I very focused through one, or can I like flip between them quickly? And
You would have with proper access, you could jump between them, assuming they are on a linked system. So in this case, yes, if you got access to the system of the cameras, which yes, they are in fact putting off a wireless signal because they're not permanently in place. They are wireless cameras, so they could be hijacked by your special hacking skills.
Now, do I know is something like that, like hijacking into security cameras, something that would be noticed by like that person who's like super into the system? Like that, I don't know if that's the type of thing that's noticeable.
That would very much depend on how many threat you rolled.
Okay, so it is the chance. It is the chance to be noticeable. Okay.
Right.
I'm trying to get myself a better view to overlook this whole room, not from within the crowds and at ground level. I'm assuming there's at least one camera that has the ability to kind of pan over. I know it's not going to catch every corner, every dark area, but to try to, I want a better view of the room so I can then do other things.
Gotcha. What is your end goal? Let me see if I can fast forward a little bit of like, you want to get the cameras and...
My end goal is that when stuff goes south, if I need to be able to take someone out or do something, I can actually see them and do so.
Gotcha. Okay. I would say that by and large, everyone in here is within your line of sight, and therefore you could...
even with the crowds, like...
Yeah, that wouldn't be a very large deal for you. Or at least I'm not going to be penalizing other people for like shooting through the crowds necessarily, as they're not as bunched up as they seem to be because of the tokens. Let's put it that way.
Are there security cameras over the tops of the cases looking down on them?
They are definitely being surveilled by cameras, yes.
So the comment you had made earlier when they were investigating the cases was that they weren't looking straight down on it to notice the mechanism that way. I'm wondering if I could get a different angle and notice the mechanism on the case.
Gotcha. Okay. Because of Cody's previous role, I will simply say no. He's thoroughly inspected everything that is visible, except for the fact that he can't look at the bottom.
Oh, he can't look at the bottom from on. Right. Oh, gotcha. I misunderstood that.
It was too obvious at the time to pick up the case and look at the bottom to find the lock.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Okay, I missed
on the box except for the bottom.
Gotcha. Okay, I missed that. I misunderstood that. All right.
So, because of that, what I might recommend is, considering what we talked about earlier about the different skills that you two have, between Harper and Cody, and also without the Faraday cage in play anymore, you could probably have a good chance of going over and creating enough of, maybe with a bit of help from other teammates to create a distraction. You could potentially lift it, pop the lock, get the item. Between the two of you.
The other thought I had is, do people care enough to have fire alarms in buildings?
Ah.
I mean, they don't have fire exit stairs, but do they have fire alarms? Or some other type of alarm I can set off somewhere that is going to distract all of...
Yeah.
Maybe like a case at the opposite corner of the room or something. I can set an alarm off with it through my hijacking, get all the security over there, and then we just shoot and bye.
Okay. I would suggest that Gray already has an excellent distraction ready to go with a bunch of willing participants as far as drawing security's attention.
Okay.
As soon as they start play fighting, I think he's going to be drawing a lot of attention.
Well, the plan was that whoever actually wins the item, the guards or whomever puts it in our vehicle instead of, or hands it to one of us.
Well, it sounds like they're not handing the item here. They're handing a ticket here and trading the item at a later date.
Right. So that was kind of the wrench that threw into my plan. But the idea was that the guards were basically going to give us the item. We wouldn't have to fire a shot or punch anybody or anything like that. So,
gotcha.
Who knew how this worked? It's like, yeah, $200 sounds fine. I'll meet you in your car.
Is $200, right?
With a ticket, right?
That was the plan anyway. Now, how well it works.
You this thing that just sold for a couple thousand. All right. So how can we combine all this together? So yeah, what I'm thinking is Gray could create an event with the security team that's on him that draws enough attention that he could create a distraction for Cody and Harper to lift up the box, pop the lock, and at least get the device in hand. And then potentially hand it off to Sawyer, and he evacs through the vent that he set up earlier. If that all goes well, then the rest of you just walk out of here because you had nothing to do with that guy, really. He was in the elevator with us.
Yeah.
So it's a little on the chancy side, but it does get you what you're after, and it seems to be a good way of how you all have built things up in this particular situation. If you want to go a different route, that's totally understandable. I'm just giving you the option that I see that is directly before you.
I prefer distractions.
All right. Well, I'll cause a distraction.
Okay.
Fight.
All right. You want to narrate what kind of distraction you are making with your buddies, your bar buddies?
Well, we're gonna start a conversation. We're gonna have that conversation. Then it's gonna get loud, and I'm gonna grab one by the front of his shirt, basically, and push him into this one. I don't know if you guys, if I'm making
Not
the ones
seeing
that's run directly behind the guards. Yeah, the case there. Basically, push him into the case, and then we'll just get into some fisticuffs.
Okay.
Oh yeah, push you into the case. That's a
Yeah.
winner.
Push him in the expensive thing. Very good.
Yeah.
That'll get everyone's attention quick.
And that might draw off the two chuckleheads at the front here, and
Yeah.
Can you do multiple cases?
I could
Eventually,
probably
yeah, sure.
arrange to get thrown into the comic book case.
Right, the comic book case, and then like I can freak out and then start trashing other one.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I could do that.
I run this module a couple of times.
All right, I
walks
grapple
onto
the guy
comic
and
book.
push him into the case. What do I need to roll for that?
Okay. Honestly, because of what we're going to be doing here, you are basically lending assistance to the others to create a distraction. So I'm not going to need a roll. Because you're not just creating a distraction with the guys, but you're also threatening the items of interest. I'm going to say, fortunately, this particular pedestal is the coins, so you're not actually breaking the items within inside. But it does create an extra large racket. So not only are you going to be adding a boost die to the skullduggery check that is going to be coming up, you're also going to be adding an upgrade, because that's awesome.
All right.
We don't want to actually knock over the one that has our business.
No.
in it.
No. The
I'm next to that one.
Will break horribly if it gets dropped. Okay, so we are looking at this. We are looking at a bit of this action. And
I would like to move up a little bit just so I have
Yep.
sight on the people that might be doing bad things.
not a problem. The glacier is going to start moving forward a little bit to see what's going on and begin raising his voice as well, which is going to basically more narrating of the various bonuses that Gray is handing over to you two. Before they make their call, Skylar, do you have anything else you want to add into the mix?
Let's see. I'm going to not do anything with that, but what I would like to do is I'd like to augment Cody.
Beautiful. Okay.
I thought Harper was making the roll. Am I wrong?
I am probably making the skullduggery roll because I have a
Never
2 in
mind.
skullduggery.
I'm going to augment Harper.
There you go.
My mistake.
That's honestly a better call because Harper is not a null, making all magic harder.
Yeah.
Right. Which I would have
That
known
too.
ahead of time.
Yes.
Granted, there's a potential that I might have to go near the void stuff, which is its own problem.
I can handle that part. That's why I'm assisting.
All right, let me
Yeah.
let me figure out what.
Just keep in mind, you can use my cunning since I'm assisting you.
Correct. Although I think both of you have a 4 cunning.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So
Then
if
you get
I'm
my
in
upgrade.
range- if I'm in range,
Mhm.
then you get basically, I think it's a boost die from me.
It's in fact adding an ability die on top of everything else. So so now we're adding a green into the mix.
Okay.
And there's an upgrade from me and an upgrade from Gray.
And yeah, so I need to cast for that. So that's another 2 strain.
Right.
I
Yeah.
need to do
So
commune.
you need to do a commune check. Working out the difficulty 1 second. So it's a base of 2. The starting range is engaged, so we need to increase it once for the range across the room. And yeah, for what you're going for, none of the other additional effects are really necessary.
Right. That was my impression. Just the range.
Yep.
Okay.
And yep, you already have your boost die for component casting, so you are good to go with commune check.
All right, rolling now.
Simple
Nice.
success. Okay. Excelente.
And I'll take strain.
That's a good roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good roll.
Okay. Yep. You took the 2 strain. Cool. Okay. So, Harper, you suddenly feel a flush of warm magic that's now enhancing everything that you do. That's sort of guiding you into a particular way. If Skylar maintains this spell through concentration, that'll be for any check you make until the spell goes away. Right. So we got a boost die and an upgrade, another upgrade from Cody, an increase from Skylar's spell, and we're going up against a 2 purple and 1 red difficulty for leaning over the box and popping the lock.
All right. So ready for me to roll my skullduggery?
Skullduggery away.
I'll be holding the case since it doesn't affect me, and then she can go straight for the lock.
Ooh, nice.
Very nice. Okay. So
I was hoping with all that assist.
You think so, right? So 4 successes and 2 advantage. Beautiful. Okay. So you use the distraction. Like Cody's even like getting physically in the way from as many other people as, and also like the camera's right there, so he makes sure to angle his body enough so that nothing is seeing you lean over the case. You see a simple circular lock, like old bike locks happen to be, which are a pain to pick, but you happen to having the exact right tool to make that thing happen.
I take out the brochure.
It's the same key for all. There's like 3 possible keys for those locks. Like,
Yep, but you just happen to have one handily by. While you're down there, you see one little thing off in the corner of the void iron, the void iron case, which is a little flashing pale red light of a tracking device. So you quickly unlock the thing, swoop in, grab the Discman, pocket it somewhere, put the case back on, and leave the tracking device alone.
Okay.
So you now have the MacGuffin in hand, and yeah, you're ready to go. I figure 1 advantage for noticing the tracking device, so you make sure to leave the case behind. Yes, Cody.
I'd like to spend a story point if we have one available.
You have 3 available.
Flashback.
Ooh.
I have a mock-up of the item that we are stealing.
I was just gonna ask, did someone make a fake one that we can slip into the case so that to help? Thank you.
Yep. We Indiana Jones it.
Yep. Perfectly.
And
okay. Yes, that is a perfect flashback for Cody to do. So 1 story point there. Yeah. So
I spend a lot of time meticulously painting it with because I lead a very boring life because I'm a null. So I do a lot of miniature fig painting. So basically, there's a montage of me just making this entire mock-up from like resin.
Mm-hmm. And Clive helped you out with almost no idea what a Discman looks like, but he had a burnt out one that he could show you, and therefore you could use that as your model. So yeah, you even have a mock-up to put right back in there. Like at the last minute, you go, "Oh man," and you have to scratch it up one particular side to match what it did look like. It's like, but I worked so hard on that panel. Oh,
I just scratch it on the void metal.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone else looks at me in horror, like, "What's wrong with you?" And I'm like, "What?"
That's great.
It's tasty. Cool. Okay, so you have the item in hand. We have a little bit of scuffle going on. And everybody has gone, so we're on to round 4. Let's say that Lydia has gotten up to 35, so she's about to get to the item that is no longer the important thing that she thinks it is. But you are all ready to do something amazing as far as getting out of here.
I'll back off for the guards, and just, all right. I'm leaving, all right? I'm out, all right? And I'll just get in the elevator.
Okay. Or, yeah. Bing.
I don't want to all leave in a crowd all at once because I worry that it's going to look rather suspicious if we all just immediately go get in the elevator, especially right after the scuffle ends.
No problem. I'll stay for the champagne.
Yeah, I'll continue to meander around the room a bit. I give some side eyes to where the scuffle happened. I'm observing to see if it seems like anyone's noticed what we just did.
In concern over the coins being tossed. Yep.
Yeah.
I will not. I'll be like, hey, you're my ride. Wait.
Shoot.
Nice.
Is your couch still free?
Okay.
Was Sawyer still taking that in the vent with him?
That's what I'm about to ask myself.
Or since we managed to swap it with a mock-up, are we going to try to have me slip it out?
Right.
I mean, we could just do a dead drop and just drop it in the vent and then come back for it later if they try to get us later. Or we could just walk out in the lobby.
No, because they might notice tonight that it was swapped, and then they might search the space for it.
If we did drop in the vent, because we made a point to say that I know how to get to the lobby from the vent.
Mhm.
So we could just stick it up there for now and then head down to the lobby, and then I could just double back real quick and grab it.
That's fine. Yeah, you put it in a little cubby hole, safe spot where it's not going to get falling down event and destroyed. You find a nice little niche to put it into.
So we'll need a distraction, one more distraction, so that I can scale the wall real quick and throw it in the vent.
Stopped that distraction a bit too soon.
This is what you've spent your flashback on, so I'm totally fine with just saying you pull it off. We'll adjust it a little bit to say it was a event. You have a nice way of storing the item in order to just move things along. So yeah, you can totally surreptitiously block have a couple people block the view as you bring out your Phillips head claw, open up the vent again, tuck the Discman over into the corner and for safekeeping later, and then tighten it back up, and you're good to go. Drink some champagne, flirt with the other customers, what have you, and basically watch the show go down with a secret smiles on your face as they buy a total piece of crap.
Sweet.
Yeah. I mean,
It's not a total piece of crap. I worked really hard on that.
Thank you.
Well made forgery.
That is my masterpiece, sir.
that is a
That's my paper macaroni.
Replica. That is, an excellent display piece. You wouldn't want. Yeah.
Okay. So, in the fullness of time, you come back after the auction is all over. You recover the Discman, and you're able to make it down to the streets. of the fulcrum, unaccosted and with the MacGuffin in hand.
At least two glasses of champagne.
One for each fist.
Exactly.
You get down to the street. You get into the grizzly van, as we call it, to make your drive back from the fulcrum, which is a decent way away from. It's kind of as far away as you can get from Overwatch. It's kind of the city is kind of in a ring section, and the fulcrum is on the outside ring to gather all the raw materials from the rest of the world, and then it's shipped in via train into the center where Overwatch is, which is where all the skyscrapers come up. The center is also known as the Horde because all the loot goes into the Horde, and then maybe it gets doled back out to the rest of the city. While you are driving along, you hit some traffic. This traffic has brought you to close to one of the few city gates to the outside world. Up ahead, you see a scouting ATV barreling through the gates. This large vehicle is swarmed by shiny black creatures with large jaws. The plates of void iron on the vehicle keep it safe from the worst of the swarm, but the wheels were very badly damaged. When they cross the threshold of the wards, the creatures become disoriented and frenzy at whatever is nearby. They quickly pass through the security teams at the gates, and a pack of them are heading right for you. Up above, a flare is launched into the sky from a flying car flashing red and blue lights. Nearby creatures shriek in pain as the void flare disrupts the magic in the area. Even at this distance, you feel your connection to magic or the city net break. 5 figures drop from the car without the need of ropes. When they land, their black armor glows with red-orange lines where their eyes and mouths should be. They tear into the creatures with top-of-the-line weaponry, rifles, grenades, or monoblades. The creatures coming at you are shot down from behind, the excess bullets coming dangerously close to you. Across the way, you see other citizens aren't so lucky. Some of you have seen dragoons pacify an area before. It's not always monsters that they're killing. The one that saved you from the monster rampage sort of looks beyond the kills that he just made at the traffic line that you're part of. He does, of course, the hand gesture to his comlink, obviously says something, and in seconds, you're apparently all cleared to travel out of this area. So the traffic just vanishes as like the CityNet remote control of vehicles takes control and moves everyone out rapid fire in an evacuation pattern.
I hate it here.
Yeah.
The Dragoons are very much the secret police of the dragon in charge.
Max stack.
Yep.
Kinda. They are the state police, but they're also secret police. They're kind of the Gestapo. Their primary goal is ostensibly the protection of the city from outside the city. That also includes protection of the city as they deem fit inside the city.
The city from the city.
Right.
Rich part of the city
Action.
from the poor part of the city.
Right. Gray, in your history, the workers' strike that your father was part of was cleared up by a pack of dragoons.
Right,
Like,
put
no,
down by a pack of dragoons.
You will disperse now, or you will be dispersed.
They took out the sweeping drones and.
Yep. Okay, so because we just ended an encounter, you had the opportunity to recover some of your strain. If you spent any, I'm looking at you, Skylar. So all of you can make, with no difficulty, a cool or discipline check. It's your choice. And for every success you get, you recover 1 strain. For every 2 advantage you get, you recover 1 strain. Hey, look at that. Oh, nice. Okay.
Skylar
So
with the triumph.
Yeah.
So I'm good, right?
You are, so from the successes and advantage all by itself, you recover 4 strain. Do you have any left?
No.
Okay.
Can I give my triumph to someone else?
Looks like Harper is the only other one rolling. Let's see. Doop, boop. If okay, that wouldn't have changed anything. So Harper, you can recover 1 strain.
Well, that's all I used. So.
Hey,
I
there's
used 1
balance.
strain as well, so that's what I rolled.
Okay, you get 2 strain back, so you're all good.
Okay, good.
Yay.
Okay, so we'll go through the delivery, and then we can take a break. As this is the nice part of a con game, is there's an integral break.
Yay.
So you drive into the much nicer area, much more upper crust, lots more money around here. Part of Overwatch. The buildings start looming up and up and up and up as you get into the various arcologies of the different megacorps. As you enter into the area, you find Clive sitting behind his display desk. But sometimes it's tough to tell where the display desk ends and the workbench begins because he's kind of all over the place. Clive himself is about 5 feet of pure metal. Over his many years, he's replaced most of his original human body with cybernetic implants. His most noteworthy feature is 2 additional arms emerging from his shoulder blades. They're constantly moving, providing him with extra leverage or the next tool or piece of a puzzle. When his cyber eyes look up at you, he greets you all with a smile and a metallic wave. Hey, Bezies, how are the crumbs these days? Any luck with that, the item? I don't know.
That was terrible. It broke on the way. No, it's right here. Right.
His face falls, the arms go down and droop sadly. Oh, okay, great. Yeah, that looks really good. Okay, so first off, he'll slide over 5 cards that are each worth 1,000 scales, basically debit cards that are less traceable for the payment of the device, and it'll go through it. Yeah, it looks in good shape. Yeah, real nice. Let me hook it up to some power to see if it works, just in case I need to send you up for some other parts or something, just because who knows how this might be broken differently, you know?
Is this pre-negotiated, by the way?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't worry. It's coming.
Yeah.
Now, they wouldn't have put something weird in that device, would they? Before you plug it in.
I mean, I noticed in the case it was in a tracking chip, and I made sure to not mess with that. If the case was tracking chipped, I really doubt they did something to the item itself.
Maybe they slipped it in iron butterfly tape.
Ooh.
Well, other people would have sensed that for you there, Cody.
That'd be pretty weird.
A little weird. There's also something that we're selling to you as is feature, and also if it doesn't sell, they're just scrapping it. They don't care about the item. They cared about the void iron case. They want to reuse that. So in a way, the tracking device was for that, not the item inside.
Yeah, because otherwise I totally would have tried to figure out how to take some void iron and figure out if we can fight against it.
Right. So Clive takes some parts from a similar burnt-out model that you saw before, Cody, and places them into the new one. That done, one of his arms produces an envelope holding an old-fashioned compact disc. The envelope has a symbol on it, a stylized angular face that looks like old computer game graphics. This face has shown up on pirate broadcasts several times over the past few years. It calls itself Vox, which is the public face for a hacker group known as the Voice of the People. Harper, as a netizen, you've run into you might know actual members. You haven't quite nailed them down just yet. Nobody's, of course, admitting to it, but you know several different boards that are like collecting every single news drop and reveal that they do from what they learned from their last hacking job.
I mean, the Voice of the People, it sounds like, this is a hacker group that tries to help people and stuff like that.
Yeah, namely, like they'd go raiding into megacorp files and databanks and whatnot to reveal the truth about what they're actually doing and how they're horribly treating people.
As a civil rights activist, that sounds like a group I'd be trying to get in with.
Agreed.
So I am very curious about this.
As Clive displays it, a customer was selling some gear. They had this as part of the lot. They didn't say where they got it, and I didn't ask. I've been trying to figure out what's on it, but I put too much juice into my last player. So as he gingerly puts the disc into the player, it starts up and it starts actually playing some music. It goes through Pearl Jam's Jeremy, Public Enemy 911 as a Joke, Corn Freak on a Leash, and Jewel Who Will Save Your Soul.
Wow. What a collection.
That's eclectic.
Yes.
The 1998 mixtape.
That feels like there's a message to it being that eclectic. Like, that's not. There's
Indeed.
a message there.
After the end of the songs, there are 66 empty tracks on the disc. Just like clicking by 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. The last track has the synthetic voice that you recognize as Vox. Whoever you are, listen carefully. Our last run brought us a lot of heat down on us. I'm going to zoom this so I can actually read it. So we have resorted to a less trackable way of spreading the word. We are seeding these discs around the city as well as trusted agents. Hopefully they reach someone who can do something about it. A subsidiary of the Future Trading Corp and Essential Enterprises was created to find a method to rapidly train new dragoons to make up for their high mortality rate. The R&D teams developed a procedure of implanting a magically active scale into the applicant's brainstem. This gave the company remote access to the recruit, allowing accelerated training, remote activation for emergency calls, and natural augmentations that can't be blocked like cybernetics or magic. It also allows them to track the recruit anywhere in the city. Over time, they developed an emotional and mental profile that adapted to the procedure better. Once that was perfected, they turned their sights on children. Children who matched the emotional profile were enrolled into a special program. The program included secretly performing the implantation upon the children. After they recovered from the surgery, they were sent back to their normal lives. The company discovered that they could guide the child's development, including what species they'd become. These kids turned into unwilling sleeper agents that could be triggered at any time. This is great for a threat to the city, less so if the corporation decides to squash a rebellion or stage a coup of its own. Here's the worst part. This has been going on for years, since the Corp Wars. And the need for since the Corp Wars, when the need for dragoons peaked. The first round of children are adults now, and there are more on the way. We need to expose them, but first we need to find those sleeping scales and take them out, freeing those kids before they become unwilling soldiers. The following names are people we were able to cross-reference from the Corp files. Vox slowly reads off 7 names that none of you recognize. So fortunately, none of your names are on there.
I am like trying to write these down so we have them.
Yep, you're totally like just taking a note in your internal computer.
On my phone. Yeah, I'm
Yep.
like.
Yep, you're writing in AR, so it goes into your internal computer.
Like, can I like cross-reference and search the internet for these names? Start pulling up files. What am I finding?
Yep. After the last name is read, Clive drops 3 tools from his multiple cyber limbs and goes pale. That's my daughter, Olivia Walker.
Oh.
I remember her qualifying for a special program when she was little. She lives with my ex-wife now. We barely talk anymore. But I need to know that she's going to be okay. I need to fix this. Can you help me fix this? And he starts to kind of break down.
Cody becomes unusually serious, and he says, "Yeah, man, whatever you need. I'm really sorry that happened.
Of course.
You want to give us an address?"
Yeah, last I knew she was living here, and she'll give you an address over in Bricktown, which is the residential district. Yeah, she doesn't even like talking. She doesn't talk to me anymore. We've had a major falling out since the divorce. I can set you up with some gear. I don't know what you're gonna need, but if you can if you need something, I'll help you find it. And if you can get her out of this alive and unscaled, unchipped, this is really weird. I can certainly make it worth your while. Give you a discount for, I don't know. What do you think?
Let's not worry about that right now. Let's just get it done.
Yeah.
Okay. So
we just asked for some reloads.
reloads.
Yeah.
Okay. Clive is totally happy to set you up with more regular bullets, non-lethal ammunition. He's a little more resistant about giving you lethal ammunition that you might end up using on his daughter, because he is wanting her back alive.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
All the same, why don't we get up a quick Cody, you want to give me a negotiation check?
I can indeed.
See what stuff you can get out of him.
There's a lot of negotiation stuff I have going on here. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Suffer a strain to add a success or advantage to the negotiation check. I'm going to do that. But I'm going to wait on whether I need a success or advantage after the check, if that's all right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me see what that one is real quick.
It's a closer.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'll make the roll first, and then I'll probably spend it and decide where it goes.
Yep. So I have you set up with 1 purple and 2 red, because that's his negotiation. Normally he'd also have 2 setback dice, but because you're already talking about just doing it for him, I'm actually going to swip that around to 2 boost dice. So you're good to go.
All right. Sorry, the skills are grouped differently than I'm used to. There we go.
Yep. Okay.
All right. In that case, I'm going to spend the strain for an advantage.
A 3rd advantage. Okay.
Oh, you know what? I am not scrolled down enough. I take it back. A strain is not going to give me a success.
No, unfortunately. But so yeah, the 3 advantage would be more useful in that regard.
Yeah, then let's do that.
Okay. So you don't get more monetary benefit out of him, if you will. He's still willing to set you up with some gear, and it's sort of a trade-off of like how much he'll willing to sell you or whatever you want. But we're not going to really deal with money. We're just going to deal with the stuff that you are getting. But with 3 advantage,
I'm looking for better quality goods, I think.
Okay.
So whatever you guys want, maybe you guys can get, if you have tools, we can get you better quality tools. You know, that might give you bonuses to your rolls.
All I want is access to an actual computer before we go somewhere, rather than just my phone, so I can sit down and do better research. Or do research on your phone.
Your internal computer in your head is a great computer.
Is it? Okay. Never mind then. I'm good.
Yeah, I don't really need anything.
Why do I even carry a phone then?
For the illusion of needing a phone.
Yeah, because not everybody has a computer in their head. They'd love to crack your head open for that thing.
Do you have a picture of her or a piece of something that she owned?
Yeah. The last one I have is a couple years old, but yeah. She's she's over in Bricktown, but she's commonly going to Overwatch for college to become a mechanical engineer. So I have her schedule also. So when she's generally coming, when she's at least out of school, out of class, so you can maybe approach her at home instead. So yeah, here's a physical description, et cetera, and a bit of her schedule.
Maybe we can use one of the advantages from the roll to actually have a I don't know, a hairbrush from the last time she was here.
Preferably with a little bit of hair in it. That'd be great.
He just wants to make a doll out of it in the end.
Yeah.
When did you say the last time you spoke to her was?
years ago when the divorce happened. It was not a pretty scene. He can provide some very old biological material, like a hairbrush. It is so faded that you're going. Anything you're going to try is going to get just a boost die, but it's going to be enough for you to do something.
Sure. I basically just at some point later I want to scry and make sure that she's where she is.
Absolutely. Okay. So when we come back, so we're going to take a 10-minute break for various physical needs. Do the necessary. While we do that, of course, we can brainstorm up some ideas of what you want to do. One fun option that we have, since we are at the 2-hour mark, is we can have the option of doing a legwork phase. For everyone who does a legwork phase, then their individual flashback will not be available because they actually played through the legwork. But if you want to keep your flashback talent available, we can just skip the legwork phase, or you individually can skip it, and we can just get to the next scene. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we can reconvene in about 10 minutes.
Sounds good to me.
Sure enough.
Okay. Thank you all. Olivia Walker to some facility or another to get a scale out of the back of her neck. So now comes the question of, do we want to do a legwork phase, and who among you would like to actually do said legwork phase, or should we just move along into having your flashbacks ready to go?
I'd say move along.
I like improv flashbacks.
Yeah.
Okay. Similarly, as you all got away very clean, and it's been a couple of days, I'm going to be spending a GM story point to reduce the heat that you generated on the last heist. So there's less potential of reinforcements and various other nasty things suddenly happening to you as you're on another heist.
That was very nice.
I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I know this man.
It's a reward for, like, we don't get experience, so.
That's fair. I mean,
in lieu of something good happening, I will make something bad not happen.
As a promise, you for this one shot, you will have all the experience when you are done, and maybe even some more cash. So let's see here. At the very least, you'll probably be reducing your unrest, so it won't trigger again next time. Okay, so we had a couple people talking about skipping the legwork phase. We can do piecemeal of, like, one person does do a legwork and other people do not, and just that one person doesn't have access to their flashback talent. But it sounds like we're ready to just move on and roll with it. Okay. That is cool. Okay, so to skip forward to the middle then, you have narrowed down the fact that Olivia Walker lives in Bricktown. You know her address, you know what she looks like, you have her schedule, you may have other things yet to be determined. So a lot of you are going to be in the Bricktown streets, and as I flip over to this right here is Olivia Walker herself. So the question is going to become, so Olivia is making her way. There we go. As the sun sets over the city wall, the glow of the wildfire lake beneath the city maintains the magic hour all night long. You're at the Bricktown address Clive gave you to find Olivia. After a short eternity, a young woman matching Clive's photo starts approaching the building. She's dressed comfortably, considering the heat of the day, and the walk from the Ring train station to here. She's wearing AR glasses and a headset to interact with a tablet computer currently under her arm. So how would you like to make your approach upon the person of interest?
Oh, I think this is all Cody's gig.
I mean, I can certainly do it. But thing is, what is the goal?
To sum up, the goal here is to, in this particular heist, you have a couple of obstacles. Number one, you have to get her physically to a place where you could perform brain surgery. With your particular team of people, you need a person to perform brain surgery.
That's me.
No,
I was
in
also
fact,
going to ask if she has any tech quality that I can tell.
she does not.
Okay.
And from the other people with magic, she also does not scan as having a magical quality either.
So it's this new quality thing that.
Until she's activated.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Get her to a secondary location. Got it.
secondary location, get her to somehow begin allow or be prepped for brain surgery, perform said brain surgery, keeping her alive the entire time, and then eventually deliver her to Clive to have proof of life and the reward that ensues. That also leaves, of course, the question of what the heck do you do with the scale?
Sell it? No? Is that the wrong answer? That's the wrong answer.
No.
I feel like that's the wrong answer. I'm sorry.
Study it to develop a process to find and detect and track other such scales.
That's what I
not
meant.
bad. Okay.
And maybe a process to
Sell it out.
reverse it or nullify it as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Find the manufacturer, burn that fragger down.
The manufacturer was.
There's no end. This doesn't end. We can keep it going as long as you want.
Yep. The manufacturer, I'll say this was part of your research into it over the course of the past few days. Vox did name the subsidiary. The subsidiary has been either buried or defunct or disbanded. The two megacorps that made the subsidiary as a joint venture are still in major production and running the show. But like the individual subcorp, if you will, has been evaporated.
What's her name again?
Olivia Walker.
Olivia Walker. All right. I got an approach, but do we actually have the secondary location already set aside? Like a place to do brain surgery?
Very good question. So as Skylar mentioned, Skylar actually used to be a medical professional. Being a mask, they are capable of casting healing spells, and actually worked for, I'm going to show it again, for Geoponics Biotechnology, which is the company behind the Samaritans, which are the rapid response medical evac teams that run throughout the city. Every single hospital belongs to them. They have a monopoly over that. They're also the ones who run the farms. Basically everything to do with living, growing things is their bailiwick as well. So yeah, Skylar actually has old friends from hospitals that they used to work at. So might know somebody who might know somebody who might know somebody. Problem is that Skylar kind of walked out of that job for resuscitating someone that didn't have insurance, which broke her contract, which broke their contract. So yeah, she could also, they could also run into people who recognize them and don't have the best memory of their participation in the corporation.
Yeah. Well, maybe we can pay a friend. I don't know.
Sure.
Okay. So my approach is, she's won a contest, and it's brain surgery of her own. She can learn any skills she wants to. Has she ever wanted to learn French? What is French? I don't know.
What is French?
The point being is that I'm just going to approach her and be like, Olivia, is that you? You've won something. So the idea being is that I can disguise myself as, part of a game show, etc. And one of you is my camera crew. Can I get a camera crew? Can I get a volunteer?
I like that.
Volunteer? Volunteer? Anybody?
I'll do
Yeah, I was gonna say camera crew. What?
it.
Excellent, excellent. All right, here we go.
That's a good point. It's like, well, Gray is the shooter, if you will.
I'm the one who can control cameras with my head, though.
Yeah,
That is very true.
Let her do it. She's better off. Doing it.
Nice.
I will-
All right.
I'll bow out.
Then you guys work the boom mics. All right. I'm gonna do my flashback already.
Okay.
Um,
I can't wait to hear this.
Oh, no.
basically, I just walk onto a crime scene where there's already a film crew, and I basically just drive off with their van.
Go on.
And I basically just walk onto the scene like I belong there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I pickpocket somebody's press badge, and like as I'm doing that thing, like, you know, in Sherlock Holmes where he's literally assembling a disguise on his way in, and he's just like, "Yep, I'm here. All right, hey, you guys want some shakes or burgers, whatever? I'll be right back. All right, keys." And he catches the keys from the guy, and he's like, "I'll be right back."
I'm with craft services. I got this.
If he borrowed my OmniPass going into this, would it work for him?
OmniPass is something that you're kind of coding on the way, but you can totally go with him, flash the badge, and then walk out to the system. But this also, since this is a flashback,
I'm the
you
doctor.
don't. Right.
Yeah, I know.
Yep. Psychic paper, totally legit. Yeah. So
now we have like an actual film. We have it like, you know, film gear, this, that, and the other thing, and I just shrug into a blazer.
Okay, so totally, you're using your deception to flashback to get disguises and all the appropriate accoutrement to sell it. Absolutely perfect. So we'll burn a story point there. Cool. So yeah, you have a makeshift camera crew that totally knows what they're doing. After like a couple of hours of practice with their stuff, so they look like they know what they're doing, and taking your lead because you're the talent.
Now remember, you got to keep the boom mic out of the shot. That's it. That's it. All right, cool. Makeup, and then I literally put the makeup on like, yeah, like we put it on thick, like it's like I'm gonna lay it on thick. I want it laid on thick, and then we're gonna drive up and as she's up to the curb, and we're gonna come out with the cameras first, and then I'm gonna come out and I'm gonna be right in character.
All right, so you're borrowing the van from Gray, or Gale, sorry, which is totally fine. He is working on some other project right now. So you're hopping out of the van. Let's hop down here, shall we say? Oh, I had it already.
Sounds good.
All right. So you are hopping out, and your spiel goes like...
we walk out and go, Olivia Walker, congratulations, you're on flash surgery.
Oh, God.
Oh my God.
Holy shit.
Surgery.
I'm sorry.
Great.
No, don't be. This is amazing. Go with
Right.
it.
Yeah.
Always go over
All
the
your
top.
views.
Always go over the top. They never expect it.
Right.
Laughing so much I have to cough. All right. Awesome. Okay. I love it. Okay. So you have the whole team backing you up. You have
Absolutely.
You have your camera crew. You have your flashback going for you to get all the gear. So that's factoring into it. So that's going to be a whole 3 boost dice and 2 upgrades to your already impressive deception check.
That's what I was aiming for.
One of those boost dice is because Olivia not only is she shocked and amazed at how lucky she is and whatever like that, but she also, somewhere in the middle there, she is also somewhat into whatever Cody is putting down.
Weird.
Cody is fine. Let's just get
Cody's got the moves.
That's right. Cody's a con artist. They get by their looks, and just Olivia is getting what he's selling, even with all the overdone makeup. She's going for it.
Well, you don't want to glare. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's terrible.
And more importantly, in this particular case, the important note is you did not bring up her father at all, so there's not going to be a handful of setback dice coming at you.
You were entered by your father. Womp womp.
Hey,
so let
I'm
me
the
just-
Father A.
So this is going to go up against her vigilance to go up against deception.
Cool.
That's going to be a whopping. Yep. Okay. So that's just going to be 3 purple. However, I have 2
Decent
story points. So I'm going to upgrade the difficulty just once, so I have a chance of maybe seeing some negative results here.
As long as everyone's okay with this, I'm gonna steal that story point back and upgrade my check too.
Sweet. Okay. You are ready to go.
Let me just quickly reference my character sheet.
Yep. Your various talents.
All right, no setbacks. It looks like.
Right.
This is a new encounter.
Even if you, yes, it is. Even if you had brought up her father, you would have negated most of the dis out of doing that. If you're like, oh no, I realized that she's actually not into that. I'm going to change the topic real fast and forget all about the thing that I just mentioned.
All right.
So yeah, this isn't negotiation, so the closer wouldn't apply to that.
It's true. Yeah.
It is polite society, so we can add an advantage to it.
Oh, I'll take it.
When it's done.
Are you adding that or?
I can't add just an advantage, so we'll just factor it in after the roll.
Cool.
And yeah, you just get that 2 social checks because it's
all right. And
society.
Oh yeah, and I'm upgrading
From the story point. Yep, I already got that.
Oh, thank you.
Jesus.
Wow.
Hang on, I have to lean over and count.
I have never.
8 successes. 8.
I have never rolled that many successes in Genesis. That being said, I mostly run this game, so
That's okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Okay, so 8 successes and an advantage.
Okay. I'm still gonna blow another strain to add an advantage.
Oh, that's right. 2 advantage because of proper upbringing. That doesn't cost you a strain.
Oh, it adds advantage?
Yep, just because of the polite society, you get an advantage.
I'm still gonna blow a strain to make that 3. Oh no, that's negotiation. Sorry.
Correct. Yep.
That's bad.
So,
so the 2 advantage.
Mhm.
The 2 advantage is to help me sell whatever grungy facility we're taking her to when she gets there. Like I basically lay the groundwork ahead of time, and I say, just so you know, the facility we're going to, we're a little low on budget, but at the same time, you're gonna be fine. We have the top-notch doctors, but we're gonna fix it all in post, so they won't even see it.
Okay. And like she's gonna go out on a runway or something at the end of all this to show off her new wear.
Oh God, absolutely. Whatever you want. This is your show. This is your brain.
Yeah.
What was it? You wanted to learn Aztec? Yes, we can do that.
And you can give me those ever ready tool hands so I can do my homework easier.
Everybody wants this.
Absolutely.
I mean, look at what they did for me. Like,
Nice. Okay. So yes, laying the groundwork is perfect. If you happen to need, for whatever reason, a secondary deception check, which seems a little unlikely, but if the situation arises, you've fed yourself another boost die for convincing her to keep going, to push a little further. You've come this far.
Just in case, It's basically just in case something goes wrong and she starts doubting the illusion. We don't want her doubting the illusion.
Right.
So.
Exactly. Okay, so that's objective number 1 complete of getting her in hand. She's full of questions about things and looking for details and whatnot, so she's at least keeping the show entertaining. It's like, I'm not even recording, just the red light is flashing. But yeah, you're kind of pulling it out of her and having a back and forth in the back of the van. So where are you going?
So I would like to use.
That's not me.
Flashback.
Okay.
So you see me on the phone with. I'm framing it like a movie. You see me on the phone with a bunch of different people. Like 4 or 5 times, I just am pulling the phone away from my ear because they're yelling at me, and I'll hang that one up, and I'll call somebody else. But eventually, I get through to like an old friend who left the hospital and has a clinic nearby with enough facilities to make this happen. Obviously, I'll be doing a lot of the work myself, but and using the scrying that I did previously, I planned out her route and I knew where it was. I like watched her for a little while. It's creepy, I know. So it's going to be nearby.
Gotcha.
It's not even that far away.
Yeah, just like by just knowing her address and where you're going to make the approach in the first place, you're able to go. Yeah, the nearest one is a handful of blocks away. So we can bring her there, not have her in the van terribly long, and get it without too much exposure and risk of the deception going tits up.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so that's another story point for me. Cool.
Almost out.
Okay.
When do they refresh?
When I spend them. Or the next session.
Okay. Thank you.
In retrospect, I probably shouldn't have blown the story point with all those successes.
No. That
No.
you wouldn't have had as many upgrades and boost dice without it. So
this is a lot nicer than I thought it was gonna be, buddy.
I know good people.
Apparently, Jesus.
They apparently left the public hospital, if you will. But got an offshoot that is a much more upper class, special hospital for cybernetic implants and such like that. So it's more of a clinic as opposed to a specialist clinic as opposed to a free clinic or an actual general hospital where you have to go through all the paperwork and show that you have insurance and whatnot, or you're out of luck or paying through the nose. And if you can't pay your bill, you essentially go into indentured servitude to the megacorp until you've paid your bill.
Like everyone, right? This is like real life.
Yeah.
It kind of is, yeah.
Inspired by true events.
Womp womp.
Okay. So yeah, you've gotten yourself in there. So you've set up the facilities. They are giving you a whole lot of space. So basically they have deniability, so they can't be held accountable for anything you do. Unless somebody wants to work out some way of getting a handful of assistants or an actual brain surgeon, something like that, into the table. But it sounds like Skylar's ready to give it a try with her healing magic to do the surgery.
I can flirt with the staff.
You can?
And I can get one to assist you.
Okay.
This is my favorite job.
I'm here for it. Make it happen.
Cool. I can replace any social check with deception.
That is correct.
I make them believe I'm into them.
Gee.
And you know what would really make me more into them? Is if you help my doctor friend on this strange woman.
Without any questions afterwards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'll totally give you
that. I'm into you. So
see? See? It's cross purpose.
Win-win.
Cool. Okay.
I've been watching all of this go down. Just like I really, if I get involved touching anything mechanical or biological or having to do with computers or medicine, it's going to go to crap. So I've been staying.
Just hold on to the boom mic,
right? And
the boom mic.
I'm doing what people tell me to do, and then I'm, just sort of sniffing around the margins of where we go, making sure no one's following us or snarling, at people who come too close, I guess.
Yep. Yeah, totally. You're the security
Holy
bruiser of your particular area.
Whoa.
Okay.
Cody, you need to relax. You're making us all look bad.
Cody is like at this point the hottest person in the city, and everyone's just fawning over him.
Considering how he hasn't had any, shall we say, cybernetic work done, he's all natural, baby.
Oh, natural.
The blazer smells a little bit because I got it out of the trash, but I mean, like, it's fine, right?
It's just your cologne. It's fine.
It's musky.
I get the whole staff to help.
Wait, are you wearing Sex Panther?
Yes.
No, it's derelict.
Okay.
He's so hot right now.
You can derelict my. Never mind.
No. It's not a kids show, but we have limits.
I stopped myself.
Okay, so why don't we say, I have a little thing for this, so do. All right, we're gonna skip ahead a little bit. So we got Skylar in here, and boop. So you got two pretty damn well-skilled assistants running all the various things of handing you stuff that you're going to need, running vitals, all sorts of assistance is coming your way. Cody, however, take one strain.
Oh, yeah.
For the threat.
Yeah, I already forgot about it. Thank you.
Yep. No, there is a bad thing there. There's one. As like you get this one bit of strain in the fact of you actually had to hand out a legit number to one of these people, so you're actually going to have to have some long-term repercussions of like an actual date is coming out of this.
God damn it!
And it's not the one you really wanted.
But maybe I don't have to pay. I probably don't have to pay.
You probably don't. Well, you're at least splitting the check, which you're not used to.
Listen, I'm a trained negotiator.
Do not just like slip out and leave them at the table with the check. That is rude.
I want the lobster. I'm gonna milk it if it's gonna be bad.
I deserve the lobster.
Lobster has
Question. This is for everybody, actually. Does our strain threshold return?
No, not yet.
Okay, thank you.
That is for the session.
Okay, for the session. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're because not enough time has passed, kind of thing, et cetera, et cetera. And rolling that more than once would get a little mind-boggling on a 4-hour one shot.
Yeah, no thanks.
Okay, so Skylar, you are the bountiful recipient of a skill challenge.
Yay!
Of performing brain surgery on Olivia.
It's gonna be fine, no problems at all.
It
I'm not gonna kill this person's daughter. It's gonna be great.
And you know what? It's not like she's gonna flip out and kill everyone in the room. You're fine.
Yeah, there's definitely no magical defenses in there.
Should I step outside?
So that's a good question, is where would you all like to set yourselves up around this area? Basically, this one is the clean room where the operation is happening. So if you're not helping with the operation, generally speaking, you shouldn't be in there. This is the immediate outside. This is the door right here into the next area, which is sort of the prep room and other devices that could do scanning and whatnot. This is the door into there to get into the general hallway. There is an office. The front desk is here. There's an office back here, sort of a locker room for changing here. And then recovery beds are up here where Cody just moved to. Yes, for some reason, Cody moved to the beds.
Get a down payment on that date.
Yeah.
I don't want to, or I don't see one. But is there an observation window into the clean room at all, or no?
Is there an observation into the
Probably a
clean room?
camera.
There is likely a camera.
That was going to be my next guess. But if there's a window, I'm just going to use that. If there's not, I will use the camera.
Yep. So yes, you in fact find a terminal behind the front desk that gives you. You can plug into the computer system and gain access to cameras that are scanning all around this area, including the operation suite.
Because I kind of want to keep eyes on the operation in case something goes wrong, but at the same time, I don't want to be in there in case my being in there causes something to go wrong.
Indeed. So yeah, this is a very good Overwatch position.
Excellent.
So yep.
I'm gonna not look at the camera over the beds where Cody is.
Okay, so let's start off with. I'm gonna put together the check for. Sorry, the name just went out of my head. Skylar. Skylar to make the begin the skill challenge for the operation. So this is going to be a daunting difficulty of 4 purple. There's no setback dice. However, you have imaging equipment, sterile location, superior tools, and I'm going to give you a upgrade. So that's 3 boost dice for all that, and then an upgrade because of the triumph on the getting assistance from the 2 people that are helping you out here.
Okay.
You are looking for as many successes as possible. You need. Yeah, I'm going to stick with it for the sake of time. You need to get 8 successes total before you get 3 failure results on a skill check.
Right, I understand.
Okay. So your dice pool is ready to go.
This is a medicine check, I assume?
So it would normally be a medicine check, but your medicine isn't all that great, so I imagine you're using Commune to replace medicine with the heal action.
Yes. Okay. Then yes.
So we are doing that.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Oh no.
Well, that's not good.
Okay. So that's 1 failure. Let me put together a quick little thing here. That is not what I wanted. Text. There we go.
Is this an extended roll?
It's a skill challenge, so yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I walked with bated breath through the security cameras.
Basically, it's going to be multiple rolls over time, and you're trying to hit a target. It's like White Wolf in that particular respect.
That was my impression. I just wanted to make sure.
It's taking a significant amount of time to do this, basically.
Right.
And caution, yeah.
Your surgery is basically its own encounter.
Exactly.
Yeah, good times.
Okay, so 0 success, 1 failure is now in the suite.
Oh, I like it.
So, as you're working, of course you put her under sedation so she doesn't feel it and doesn't start wiggling around and stuff like that. However, as you are beginning to work and make like the first couple of incisions into the back of her neck and start working your way down into the brainstem, you notice that her skin starts to sweat profusely, and then you get a whiff of it, and it's not sweat. It's actually the body is purging out the sedation medicine within it, as in something within her is kind of fighting back against it to wake her up and force her to defend herself.
Ew.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3 story points. And I'm going to move over to that layer and move this guy to there. To there. And this guy. So the elevator goes ding, and out come another team of 3 security guards. Meanwhile, Harper, from the cameras, you see another team of security enter in through these doors, and also another camera shows you down this hallway another security team coming up above. So these three are basically on alert and on the search for something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
From their uniforms,
Through open comms, I let the group know.
From their uniforms, they are not geoponics, biotechnology, or GOBO for short, soldier security teams. They are another corporation entirely. They are not on their home turf, but they are on the search for something, which may remind you. Yep, go ahead.
Another corporation, as in one of the corporations that owns the subsidiary that put in the scales?
Precisely. Let me see if I have it written down, but Future Trading Corp is the symbol that's on them, which is basically like a golden safe on a blue field. They are the people who run the stock market without silly things like inside trading laws, and also are the best training for security teams. So this is actually like the corporation that at some point or another was training Gray and his father.
I hate it here.
You're supposed to.
So at this point, I'm going to remove all the difficulty from the field, and we can roll initiative. This is going to be for everybody except for Skylar. Skylar, you're busy making the skill challenge happen. Unless, of course, you would like to break away from the surgery to go fighting.
I will tell you through the open comms, like, don't break away. We need to, before they activate her, we need to.
Okay, so if you will all head over to your Roll20 character sheet.
Yep.
So
Vigilance.
1 second. I want to describe this for people who aren't used to the character sheet.
Yep.
So on the Roll20 character sheet, you'll see that you are under the Skills tab normally. I want you to hop over to the Weapons, Talents, and Powers tab. And at the top there, you should see something with big blazoned Initiative on it. In this case, you're going to be rolling Vigilance because you were not expecting them to show up right here and now. There's no difficulty, and we will figure out where the PC actions end up. Meanwhile, I'm going to be rolling initiative for the security teams with Cool because they absolutely knew that they were coming in here. And that is Security Team 3. So go ahead and do those rolls, everybody. Nice. Okay.
Them's good rolls.
Finding the thing. There it is.
Mr. GM, sir, I would like to, because my previous role had 4 advantages,
Sure.
Can I get a boost die out of that or something?
Oh, yes. That's a very good point. In fact, your next roll will get another upgrade as you basically are paying it forward and like you're upping in reaction to what you're seeing, you're upping the dosage of the sedation and
exactly.
Adjusting for the complications that are coming out.
Perfect. Thank you.
It's like, oh, I've just learned a lot of things. Let me adapt to that.
Yep.
Never forget those tasty advantages. They're very helpful.
Yep. It may not be out of character, out of sorts to begin applying restraints to the patient.
I'll tell one of the assistants to do that.
My computer's doing something weird. Sorry. Hold on. Okay. Am I doing the cool or the vigilance one?
Vigilance.
But I have 4 PC slots already here.
Oh, okay.
Security 1. I got Skylar, Sawyer, Gray, and Cody.
Yeah, I haven't.
Skylar did roll initiative. Okay.
Yep. All right. My computer screen is starting to do this flash on and off thing, and I don't know what's happening, and things keep moving around.
Oh. That's less than optimal.
Could that be your graphics card? Like.
It really shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Okay. So
it's an enemy net runner. Duh.
Right.
Immersion, guys, come on. Get with me. Get with me.
Okay. So again, for anybody, for the players here that aren't familiar with Genesis and any viewers at home, so Genesis works on PC and NPC turn order. So despite whatever you just rolled, you just created a slot for a PC to have their initiative turn at. But anybody can take any particular initiative slot. So, like, despite the fact that Harper is the one that just rolled 4 successes and 3 advantage and has the top listing, it doesn't have to be Harper who takes it. It could be any PC that wants to go first, and there's generally a give and take between the PCs of a conversation of who wants to go. In this particular case, however, before any NPC gets to go, it's 3 PCs. So I get to ask what PC would like to go first? Who has a cool idea they would like to do?
I'm going to go ahead and say that my ideas are not going to be cool because I'm just going to work on surgery. So everyone else be cool.
Yep. Yes, I assume that was the case. Basically, you're going to be at the end of the round. You're going to make another surgery check. So your initiative is removed from the turn order.
Yeah, no problem. I just want to make sure everyone else knew that.
Yep.
I am inherently uncool, and so nothing I do will be cool, except my plan is to just simply stand up and start blasting. So I started blasting. That's basically my plan.
Right? Excellent plan.
Can we try to be quiet about it though? Like, can you blast quiet?
Can I?
I got 2 coil guns. I don't know if they're quiet or not. I'm not even sure really what they are. I mean,
So can I see through this little thing here? Is that like a
it's
glass?
It's a bit of glass, mostly transparent.
So can I hop over that and land on the guy, like from above, and just sort of beat him to a pulp?
Only because it's awesome.
Of dudes like before.
Yes, these are all 3 people.
Okay.
Beat all of them to a pulp.
It's entirely possible.
I could see you doing it.
So yeah, that's what I'll do. I don't care what order I go in, but
I saw how you went at that comic book.
Right.
I believe in you. You got this.
Turn up the music.
That's hilarious.
Is it Barry Manilow music or is it fight?
Oh no, it's Queen. Don't stop me now.
No, you're not in here, buddy. I'm doing the surgery. It's mine.
Don't stop me now.
Anyway, so yes, first PC. It sounds like Gray wants to go first because he needs to shoot somebody.
I don't need to shoot somebody, but if someone else wants to go first, I'll
totally need to shoot somebody. Okay, so you are at short range to security team 3.
Okay.
That starts you off at a 1 purple difficulty. Gray is very good at his job of being a gunner, and the reason that he is too is because he can shoot both of them at the same time. Normally, when you do a 2-weapon attack roll, you increase the difficulty by 1 purple in order to have the ability to activate your offhand if you get enough advantage. However, you have the dual wielder feat, which means you can spend a maneuver to not upgrade the difficulty or not increase the difficulty. So you could just maintain at being 1 purple to shoot these guys by spending a maneuver. You then have the option of spending 2 strain to take a second maneuver to aim at them, which would give you a blue boost die to your roll. But that's totally up to you.
All right. As I am new to the system, I'm going to ask the people who are more advantageous or know the system a little bit better. What is your suggestions? Because I'm not familiar with the system here. What would be the best way to help the group?
Cody, you want to take that?
Let's see here. And what kind of guns do you have again?
Coil guns.
Oh, is that magnetic?
Yes. They're,
so that could be very silent, right? It just makes a thwipping sound, right?
Yeah. It's still breaking the sound barrier, but yeah.
Yeah. Sounds good to me. I mean, I say go to town.
Okay. Well, then I'll do the 2 shots.
If you wanted, you could also... if you wanted to go that way, you could use your flashback to say that you got silencers if you wanted to keep it more on the quiet side of things.
Well, if they don't make that much noise, I mean, I don't really see that as. I mean, those might be useful for other people to do other things. So,
Sure.
So I'll just, shoot. I'll shoot 2 different targets.
Okay. Well, not a problem. Because it's a minion group, it's all one target.
Oh, okay.
They're treated as one target, so it's entirely possible you could shoot all 3 guys at the same time. They're basically a big sack of hit points. So we don't have to worry about that as much. There are other things that allow you to spread out your shots. 2-weapon fighting just allows you to attack one person, but in this case, that one person is actually 3 people.
Gotcha.
We roll with it.
So. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. Am I correct in assuming it's not like I've taken a shot, that's my action? It's more like you're ducking behind cover, taking a bunch of shots, like like it's not really counting ammo. It's more narrative. It's larger than that.
Absolutely correct.
Okay.
You could be firing multiple shots. The way to run out of ammo is generally with a despair result on your deck. And it's like, okay, you just ran out of ammo in that particular gun, and now you need to reload or what have you.
Yeah, that's why I asked for extra reloads.
Okay.
However, I just want to point out to you, you have to use a maneuver to sort of stabilize yourself so that you don't get a increased difficulty. You can still do another maneuver on top of that, but it will cost you 2 strain.
I see.
You may want to, after you attack, move to cover, which will give you defense.
Well, when I moved my token over here, I sat down, so I didn't say it. I should have. I'm firing from a stable firing platform, right? So I'm just going to shoot at him then.
Okay, no problem. So you're going to take your free maneuver to not increase the difficulty because of the dual wielder.
Right. I don't want to increase the difficulty. No.
Awesome. Okay. So then, yeah, you are good to go.
All right, here's my roll.
Nice.
3 successes. Okay, so we. Oh, hang on. Let me double check your. So also on the weapons, talents, and powers, if you scroll down past initiative, is your weapons. So that actually gives you a nice little. I'm just gonna roll it for a second. So that gives you a nice little readout of what your weapon does. And in your case. You actually get, because you have a gun link, because you essentially have a smart gun and a smart gun link inside of you because you're cybernetic, right. You get an extra advantage to your check, which will help for activating the other gun.
Gotcha.
So in this case, however, you got 3 successes and 1 advantage. Oh no, you do have the advantage there. Sweet. Okay, so you got 3 successes. So that is a total of 9 stun damage you do to them. And this team has a soak of 3, so they take 6 damage.
Damn.
Which knocks out one of them.
Nice.
Sweet. Okay, so man down.
As I watched all these come in, are any of them tech?
These are not. They do have tech gear, but they are not cybernetic themselves.
Okay.
At least I don't think so. Oh, nope, my bad. Yes, they do have tech.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so Gray, after you took your action, you have the option of doing your second maneuver for 2 strain now, but it sounds like we resolved that we're not doing that. So we can move on to the next PC.
I like Sawyer.
All right.
Slice and dice.
Seabass.
Let's do this. All right, I'm going to hop over this, I don't know what it is, directory glass.
It's a billboard.
Dive
directory,
right through
yeah.
it. Dive right through
I
it.
could dive right through it. I feel like that would take like all my action, and
I feel like
the complications would be a nightmare.
Around it?
This is nothing for me to jump over it. Like, I feel like that's the most direct thing for me. Like, it's like a cat just like popping over a non-obstacle. So I'm gonna come down on these guys and take out all my frustrations from just having to sit around while all the nerds are doing stuff.
Just like that time in college.
Beat the shit out of him with the boom mic.
Okay. So you take a maneuver to engage the enemy. So you're now in melee / brawling range. Your hands and claws start glowing with magical energy as you enhance your strikes. And you can lay into them at your heart's content. So that'll be 2 purple. They don't have any defense. So yeah, you're ready to just roll your enhanced strikes attack.
Let's see, what would that be?
1 second. So,
Brawl.
If we go down to weapons and talents, go down to enhanced claws.
Weapons and talents. All right.
Yeah, where you found the initiative button, just scroll down a little bit past that, and you'll see weapons and enhanced claws.
There we go. Okay, cool. And then I have, it says brawn +2, crit 3, vicious 1. All those are all in there already.
Yep. So yeah, all you have to do is yep, the nice thing is it's all linked up, so you just have to click the attack button.
There we go.
Okay, so that's a success for 8 damage total, and 2 advantage. So let me figure out the damage first. So that's 8 damage is 5 more damage, which means another one bites the dust.
Nice.
So it's 1 person left. 2 advantage. So with 2 advantage, let's see. You could take a second maneuver without spending strain. You could add a setback die onto whatever action they're going to take, or you could pass along a boost die to anyone on the team.
Now let's kick some ass. Let's roll again.
Roll again? No.
You said I could take an extra.
You could take an extra maneuver. Sorry.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So like you could So for example, you could disengage from them.
I'll hop back over on the other side as if it never happened.
That's totally cool.
Just like those videos where somebody like goes right, and then like the dude falls apart.
Yeah, you totally do a running bypass slash at
Or
somebody,
like
take them down.
Or like those TikToks where you see a cat get the shit scared out of it. It just jumps up.
And then it acts like nothing happened.
Right.
Yeah. Also, Sawyer and Gray have worked together long enough that you know to get out of the melee so he can have a better shot in the next round, sort of thing. So by not being engaged, you're making his life easier. You have enough other people on this. Like, you're the only one who really wants to get up close and personal on the entire team, so you don't want to be there as they're shooting at the same target. Okay, 3rd PC for this round, before an NPC gets to go.
I wouldn't mind an NPC going first, because if they move somewhere, I might be able to do more effective things.
Okay. So that brings us down to Cody then.
Righto. I'm gonna hide. Yeah, because I am not a giant cat with claws, nor do I have giant guns. I do have pocket sand, but
you said gun.
Yeah, I do. However, I'm gonna wait for him to get closer, and then I'm gonna shoot him at point blank.
Okay. Yeah, they're kind of at medium all the way down the hallway right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of laying down on the bed, so I'm gonna basically.
Are you gonna hide under the bed now?
Oh no! I'm gonna be a patient. So
he just pulls the sheet up slowly.
Yep. Cover all the clothes. Yep. Okay. Let's set this up.
Is that a deception or a stealth? I'm mean. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's fine. It's cool. Just to make you roll something different, I'm gonna say it's stealth.
That's fair.
We need some variety in this show.
I'm not a one-trick pony. I just don't like to do other things.
But it's a hell of a trick.
Let's see here. How do I switch back? There it is.
So,
Stealth.
Stealth versus their vigilance, and there's 3 of them, so it's 2
Blah.
red that you're going up against.
Blah.
Okay.
I hate it.
But I'm also
Minion groups
for using the for using the territory.
Oh, thanks.
Fail.
Ooh,
Is that a despair?
that is a despair.
That's this.
Ooh, we haven't seen one of those yet.
No.
It depends on me.
That's, I mean, it's karma, right? You had so much success earlier.
I know, right? At least I have 4 advantage.
Yes. How would you like to go with those 4 advantage? So just to step through it, fail means you are not hiding from them. They in fact do see you just fine. So you're on their radar as being a potential problem, or possibly even the person that they're looking for.
I would like to pass on 2 boost dice.
Okay.
So who the next 2 PCs that go each get a boost die.
Okay.
So that's 2 advantage.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to spend 2 advantage on myself to maneuver, double maneuver my way out of there.
Things up, gotta go.
Yep, I'm like, this was not my best. Is this damn blazer?
Yes.
It's my smoking jacket.
Yeah, right.
And hot.
I don't really know range bands on this map, so would tell me when to stop. I'm doing a double move.
Mm-hmm. So let's say about there, and then how farther do you want to go? Oh, around the corner?
Yep.
Okay, so if you're going there, we'll say that's 1 range band and cover.
Yep.
Okay. Despair.
Yeah.
I'm going to steal a PC story point, as things just got elevated.
Fuck.
Basically,
I thought you were going to put another minion group on the board. Never mind.
I can do that by spending a story point.
It's true.
But yeah, no. If I save up more of them, then I could do something other than a minion group.
You're like a giant robot from. Yeah. Never mind.
Stop giving him ideas, please.
Yeah, man, be quiet.
Maybe,
Shut your damn mouth.
maybe we want an arch villain up in this thing.
Could be an arch villain, also known as a nemesis.
I'm an idea machine for good and ill.
The bad idea machine, yes. Okay, so first NPC is going to get to go. For sake of the fact that they may not get a chance to do anything otherwise, I'm going to have Security Team 3, who has been under constant assault since getting off the elevator.
Get back in the damn elevator! Wrong floor!
This is lingerie, Bob.
Hostiles, 2 down.
This is not the floor you were looking for.
So Security Team 3, down to 1 person, is going to take their stun guns and turn them against Gray. So at this range, it's going to be a 1 purple difficulty. So Gray, do you have any ranged defense on your character sheet?
Where would that be under skills?
Nope, that's up at the top with your wounds and strain and such.
Oh, wounds and strain. I see defense 1 and.
Yeah, the left one is range, the right one is melee. Under defense.
Yep, it's kind of small type.
It's kind of cut off, so I can't really see. So the one on the left says 1, the one on the right says 8. But I don't see. It says defense 1, and then the other one has an 8, but it doesn't list what's there.
So the defense is broken down into 2 numbers of ranged and melee, and both of them are at 1 for you.
Okay.
The 8 is your encumbrance threshold, which we're not bothering with because this is we're not going to that much detail. So cool.
Gotcha.
Because you have a ranged defense of 1, you get that you add 1 setback die to their attack roll.
Okay.
Now, as I recall correctly, Gray, you also have the talent Dodge, which means as soon as you were attacked, you can say, I spend 1 strain and I upgrade the difficulty for you to hit me.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay, so spend a point of strain. I upgrade the difficulty, so now they're going up against 1 black and 1 red
Can
to
I
try to hit you.
Can I spend more strain to make it harder for him?
You only have 1 rank of dodge, so not yet. That would be what you're going to buy with all the XP after this session.
Provided I live.
Correct. Long-term plans.
Right.
Okay, so that being said, unless you want to do anything else, like you could potentially spend a story point to upgrade the difficulty of their check again, which would add a purple to it. But that's up to you, and I'm not going to spend a story point on this guy shooting you right now.
Nah, it's good. I'm good with this.
Okay. He is going to spend his only maneuver to aim, so he gets a boost die. But other than that, stun gun coming at you. Okay, so he misses, which means he doesn't deal any damage, which means he can't crit you, even though he has a critical rating of 6, which he didn't get anyway. But he does have 5 advantage. Okay. Yep.
And just as a heads up, Gray had 4. Was it 4 advantage from last turn?
On his damage roll, he had 4 advantage.
Yep.
Oh, you're right. Did we not deal with that?
I don't think so.
We did anything with it.
Oh, I apologize. Right, because it wasn't.
Could spend it to aim.
Sorry. So Gray rolled it correctly. I did a demonstration of how the weapon roll worked. So he got 3 successes, but no advantage.
Oh.
But I wanted to show him that if he clicked that thing, that he could give us all the data in one window.
Sure.
Sorry, my bad.
Nope, it's fine. Football rules. So 5 advantage. Okay, so for 3 advantage, with the hail of bullets that he's sort of wildly sending in your direction, one of them does clip one of your guns, and it goes scattering off onto the floor. Because of your gun link, you still have a connection to it. It's still well within short range of you. It's not very far at all. But you could, in fact, even like send it a remote command to like turn on the safety, take a single shot, and other such things like that, because you have a little bit of remote control through. You could even like see through the tiny camera that's within the gun. Stuff like that. It's like they took all the cool things of smart guns and just turned them into a little talent.
Yeah.
So then for the other 2 advantage, the security team over here is going to get a boost die onto their check coming up soon, as they are able to come around the corner and zoom in on the fact of, no, these are the 2 hostiles that we just heard about, and we're going to be able to focus fire on them. That's the first NPC. So last PC of the round is Harper.
None of them moved anywhere. Okay. Let me see what I want to do. Hold on.
That's because the last 2 that are going to move haven't gone yet.
Yeah. I was hoping someone would move somewhere, and then all right.
But with the cameras, they're not a problem to see.
It was more that I was gonna throw them back to where they started if they did move.
Oh, okay, interesting.
But they didn't move. Let's see. So I'm watching through the cameras. I'm flipping across. Gray and Sawyer clearly have that one last dude well handled. These other ones that are about to come around the corner. So they all have tech quality to them?
Correct.
Okay. I am going to just at one of the ones that's in this group here.
Sure.
I am going to attempt a deadly brute force.
Nice. Okay.
People all doing stun damage. I'm just like, I don't care that all I have is rubber bullets for my gun.
Yep. Okay, so because you're doing this through the cameras, there's
Yep.
2 setback dice. Because this is deadly, that's going to be 3 purple for the base.
Okay.
I think that's all the difficulty you're getting, unless you want to increase it any more. I believe you have. Harper has the dongle to the antenna dongle. So this is going to be 3 more damage, which I think is already factored into your Roll20 sheet, and you get a free range modifier because the antenna gives you extra range. So yeah,
Okay.
they're well within range for you for the cameras. So yep, you are good to go.
All right. How do I roll this?
Let me see if I made that. I'm pretty sure I made that into a weapon attack for you. There we go. I did not. I'm a bad doobie. Okay. So what you're going to do is scroll down to your cracking skill and roll that.
Okay. Cracking. Excellent.
Okay. And that is a success. So you are Harper. There we go. So your brute force is a base of 7 damage. So you are doing 8, but you made it deadly. So it's no longer stun damage. So you're doing 8 wounds to them. And you got a crit rating of 2, but you got a threat. So there's no critting for you. Okay.
And you said I get some kind of pluses for my antenna?
You got extra range for your antenna and 3 extra damage, which is already factored into the damage that you're doing.
Okay.
Normally your damage is based off of your cunning, so that'll be 4.
Okay.
The antenna is adding 3 more damage on top of that, so your base is 7, plus 1 for your success is 8 damage total. Your deadly made it into wounds, and gave you a crit rating of 2. And if you had activated a crit, it would have been even worse for the recipient because you would have gotten a vicious quality of 2 because that's equal to your knowledge of tech.
Okay.
So you would give them plus 20 on their percentile roll for the crit that they would take. That being said, minions don't take rolled crits. If you activate a crit on a minion group, you kill 1 minion. You just take them out. But so you did 8 wounds to them, which they reduce the soak to 5, which does not take 1 out, but they start gushing some blood around their cybernetics, and maybe some other mechanical fluid starts leaking out of cyber arms or whatnot, as they begin having sparks and other problems with their cyberware going through.
So we were all in agreement that we're cool with actually killing the corpo security. Right?
The people.
I don't think I had a problem with that.
Nope. Sawyer is the one who pretty much always goes lethal with claws.
I mean, we should have had that conversation before I eviscerated one of them.
I noticed that you were doing some lethal damage. I was like watching you through the cameras, and I was like, okay, looks like we're going for the kills.
Yep.
They know what they signed up for.
I'm gonna spend a flashback. Can I do that? I didn't do any legwork, so can I do a flashback? Then?
I'm just gonna say anybody that creates killer children can just die.
I'm gonna create a flashback scene to where we're all sitting around a fire, thinking philosophically about whether or not we should kill people when we come in contact with them. And Sawyer will be, very matter of fact, dispassionate about it, and say, I firmly believe that people can change and people can be, unconditioned and they can turn around and live happy, productive lives on the side of justice. Unfortunately, that is so rare as to be the exception to the rule. So until they give me an indication, I think we kill them all and just let justice figure it out. And then we swap back to evisceration.
I believe that people can change. These people just haven't yet, and I'm impatient.
I don't know. I'm seeing them change right before my eyes. It's just with claws.
It's changing
we're
from
just-
alive to dead.
We're just preventing them from doing the harm that they really don't want to do.
Entropy.
And decreasing the surplus population.
That was a good use of a flashback. I love this game.
Story point.
Oh man.
Yeah, I don't even see the need to burn the. That's a great flashback that doesn't actually have a mechanical benefit for you, other than the fact of assuaging the fact of yes, by all means, go lethal on them. If, however, that's actually a decent point. If you would like, that could also be a flashback of like, so I talked Clive into. Or somebody, I went to another weapons dealer that wasn't Clive because he wasn't comfortable giving you lethal ammunition for dealing with his daughter. So he went to another guy down the street and said, yo, I totally need some lethal ammunition. He's like, okay. So the big thing is lethal ammunition is not sold in the open market. They have a nice working society here. They allow you to be armed, but they only sell openly in the open, legit market is rubber bullets.
And security guards are expensive.
Right. And also, like, killing other people is bad for the city.
I mean, that too.
Right. And, the Dragoons have live ammo, no problem, but they're in charge. But it's really easy to make live ammo, honestly, and they just have to sell it on the black market. And if you get caught with it, you didn't get it from me, and you're going up the river, and I'm going to keep in business of selling illegal ammo. That's kind of how the fixers work around here. So if you would like to spend your story point and your flashback to say the team as a whole has at least one clip of lethal ammo, I'm totally cool with that.
I think that could be used for something else personally, but I'll roll with what the team wants.
Sorry, cutting into your brain. Can't talk.
I'm fine.
I feel like we have enough other lethal options that we don't need to.
We seem to be doing okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're on the ground, you can just take care of business.
Mhm.
I mean, I can literally just light them on fire.
This is going to be that kind of party. I like it.
That escalated quickly.
We're at doctor's office. Scalpels are plentiful.
Okay, so we will move on from that great vignette and continue on down the line to the other NPCs already in progress. So we're going to start with security team number 1. Doesn't understand why their cybernetics suddenly lit on fire, but was given the order to deal with the 2 hostiles around the corner here. So they'll take up a defensive position at the corner. 3 of them will then lean around and start shooting at Sawyer, as he's the closest one. So Sawyer, that's short range, so 1 purple. Sawyer, do you have range defense? I believe you do.
Let's see. That is somewhere under. No.
Should be under weapons, talents, and powers. Sorry, no, it's everywhere. So at the top in
Yep.
your stats and the big
in roll 20.
things,
Yep.
there's defense, and then there's under defense, it's range and melee.
Yep. If you scroll all the way up to the top of your roll 20 sheet, you'll see wounds, strain, defense, encumbrance.
Defense. There we go. 1.
There you go. Very good. So
Una.
1 setback die for them. They already used their maneuver, so they can't aim. So is there anything else you would like to throw into this? You
I'm behind that glass thing. Does that give me
you
defense?
hop back through it. So nope, it looks like you are good to go on talents. So unless you want to spend a story point to upgrade their check, I'll make the roll.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I can close that.
It'll be
bit.
way more cinematic if they actually like hit me and then like I go and eviscerate some more of them.
Yep. So 1 success means it's 6 stun damage coming your way.
Oof.
But you reduce that number by your soak, which is also up by the
Soak
defense
is
category.
5.
Yeah.
Okay. So you take 1 strain damage.
Oh my gosh!
And you laugh and go,
Whatever
ho,
will I
ho, ho,
do?
ho, ho.
You're a beast. Ooh,
He is.
literally.
So yeah, hail of rubber bullets comes around from kind of behind you, and enough of them kind of focus in on one particular area. You get a little bruise, and you kind of feel bad about yourself. But now you have more dancing partners.
Gosh darn it! I was gonna flex that pick.
Then we get to the last NPC of the round, who's going to head on down the hallway.
They don't need to come down this way. It's fine.
They do. They really do. They saw you head down that way. You're right there. It's like I can still see you.
No.
No, you can't. Yes, I can.
No. Yes, I can. However, so you have some cover. Do you also have any range defense?
That's a good question.
Let's find out.
It's a good question, Bert. Let's see here. I do.
Okay.
I got a 1.
All right. I kind of suited you all out with the same thing, but I need to double check.
Fair enough.
Okay. And we're all learning. Okay, so cool. They're going to not take aim because they already took a maneuver and fire off some stun gun ammo in your general direction.
And how much defense do I get from the hardcover?
Another 1. So you're at 2 defense.
Excellent.
So they miss you, but they get 2 advantage. And we'll take that away. So yeah, bullets start flying, start bouncing off the wall. The cover is working for you actually really well because you got a failure and a threat on the 2 setback dice. So, but with 2 advantage, they are going to add a boost die back to the other team.
I hate that.
Right back. Cool. Okay, so end of the round. We actually keep the initiative slots as they are, but now it's the the medical portion of our show.
I'm gonna do something. It's not gonna be great. Do you want to roll stuff?
An upgrade?
She dies on the table. Everyone's dead. We walk out.
This job the bus. I quit. I'm out of here. Quick question for the DM.
Yep.
Or GM.
GM,
So
yep.
I have greater daemons and pet daemons.
Mhm.
Do I have time to like call them up? Can I like summon them and like have them guard the door?
Mhm.
Will her health be harmed by that?
So as a maneuver, you can summon up one of your daemons, which you can totally do it because you're really manifesting something of yourself, and it's very practiced as opposed to another spell.
Okay.
So yeah, you could totally like summon up Ursa Major and set your spirit daemon, your daemon guardian, by the door to watch it for you.
Yes.
You'll need to take another maneuver to actually make it do something other than just standing there. But it'll also mentally communicate to you like what it's seeing and stuff like that, so you'll know when something's coming in behind you.
Perfect. Yes, I would like to do that as
Okay.
my maneuver.
Cool, not a problem. Boop.
Basically, he'll just be there growling, this fucking bear in an operating room, which is
Yep.
hilarious to me.
It's totally clean. It just is like ectoplasm forming together until it becomes a bear-like shape.
Mhm.
Rage or gross.
I've seen Ghostbusters. It doesn't seem sanitary.
He just snot rockets out the ectoplasm onto the floor, and he's like, "It's fine. It's sanitary. It's fine."
Yeah,
That's it. Keep going.
it's extra planar. It's fine. No big deal.
Your 2 assistants do look a little taken aback by the sudden appearance of the thing.
They
At the
offer a
same time,
tissue.
They're comfortable enough with you as a caster in the first place that they're not horribly offended, taken aback, scared, fleeing from the room or anything like that.
Yeah. So as soon as they get that that panic look on their face, I'm like, I'll just quickly look up from what I'm doing. It's okay. He's mine. And then just look back and like keep working.
Nice. Excellent.
And do you want me to make a commune roll? Do I need was I supposed to take strain from the last one?
Yes, because you are
Okay.
doing spells. Yep.
Yep. Okay, then I took that strain now, and I'll make the roll.
Make the roll, then
For-
take strain. Yep.
Yeah, I didn't take it last time though. Is what I meant.
Right. Yep.
So cool.
Ooh,
Oh,
nice. Okay.
That's a lot of.
Oh,
I'm conflicted. What's going on?
Okay.
I love this system.
Yep. So that is.
You
3
succeed,
successes.
but not well. But well.
So it's
That's
3
okay.
of the
It's
8 successes you
better
need.
Better than failures.
Correct. But 4 threat. Okay, and also because you're now take 2 strain for
2 strain,
casting the
got it.
spell.
Yes, makes sense.
4 advantage. 4 threat. That's tasty. I mean, horrible. It's horrible. It's very bad.
No, I love it.
Um,
As a GM in other games, I understand.
yeah.
Yeah, no, same.
Because the threat and despair table for magic spell casting and for wide-jacking is worse than the normal table,
course it
because of the various benefits that you get for the flexibility that magic provides is such that the DSEDs have to be worse.
Oh, absolutely. Can I offer one?
Sure. Just looking over what I have.
Because let's just punch myself in the balls.
Ah!
So, like the surge of magic that's happening in this room
Mhm.
sort of pulses out, and everyone can feel it,
Yep.
including all the security guards
Mhm.
that just showed up, and they're like, "Oh, we know exactly where it's happening."
Okay. Yep. Yeah, that's somewhere on here. I think it's normally in the despair level, but maybe it's not. I'm just reading all the fine print. But yes, I think
just
for
like
all,
narrative stuff.
no, yeah, totally. Yeah, for 4 threat, that's appropriate. Of like basically, there's a magical pulse that is going on that is boom, boom. In fact, you also note as you are kind of resonating with this healing magic that there's another magical rhythm,
Like a heartbeat.
like it's very slow, it's very quiet, so you didn't really notice it before until you got intimately familiar with the target.
Her brain.
It's the tracking symbol that's going off from her. It's like now that you're actually in there focusing towards it, you're just beginning to pick up the faint tracking signal that's coming off of her.
There's something wrong with her, Medulla Oblongata.
Yes, it's called a enchanted scale. Okay, so that starts us off with round 2. However, let me do one final thing.
What the fuck?
Hey, look at all those story points we got now,
Should
though.
be spending those.
Yeah.
Oh man, things just got bad.
What just
Oh no!
happened?
What is
Oh,
that?
Vader just
It's
showed
got a
up.
red border. We're gonna die.
Is it a giant robot?
What do I see? What do I see
Robot?
to the cameras?
So, speeding down the hallway and bursting through the doors is in fact a fully decked out dragoon soldier,
That can't be bad.
armed with an assault rifle.
That's bad.
And as it enters in, the distorted loudspeaker voice goes off saying, "Give me the scale."
Oh yeah, he's after
Okay.
that.
Here you go.
Ew.
Take it. We don't want it.
Guys,
We want it.
Guys, I don't think he's using rubber bullets.
No.
They don't even know the meaning of the word.
That's okay.
So-
I don't have rubber claws. That seemed like a very X-Men one thing to say. Right?
I am assuming.
Just like everything else.
You-
Oh man. Good times. Good times.
You're assuming?
I am assuming that an assault rifle has attack quality to it.
It does.
Excellent.
The Dragoon doesn't, but his rifle does.
You know, and I have things like, you know, I can attempt to destroy his assault rifle.
Correct.
Yeah, I think I should go really soon.
In fact, there is one PC slot before the first NPC slot that the Dragoon just rolled as he entered the scene.
Excellent. So, I am...
So,
well, I know I could attempt both of these. I don't think I could succeed at both of these, so I think I should pick one. And that is between an attempt at bricking it, which will make it take 1 level of damage, or an attempt at jamming it, which will make it fire slower.
you're looking at a monkey wrench, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
that was the only thing I saw that seemed to apply to weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Fire slower just makes me sad because it means it fires fast.
Or fires at all.
I don't like it. Have I mentioned I hate it here?
The slow firing one means that he wouldn't be able to use it except for like every other round.
Would I have an understanding of how much damage it would take to destroy this weapon?
Most gear only has 4 levels of health or damage that it can take.
Okay, so it's either I basically take 4 rounds to destroy it, or I can attempt to make it only fire every other round. Doing the math on the that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 difficulty,
which is too high. You are limited to 5.
So
start with slow fire and then next round do the destroy.
Yeah, I'm thinking slow fire. I think that's gonna do better for us math wise.
Okay, that's cool. All right, so that is.
I'm assuming I have to go roll my cracking again, because okay. Let me know when you're ready for me to roll that.
So you're doing the jammed, so that's +3, so it's a base of 4. He has. He has 2 ranks in adversary, but you're not doing a combat roll against him. You're attacking his gear, so I'm going to ignore that for the time being.
Yeah, I'm figuring he won't expect that, at least right now.
Oh, no. Right, and the 2 setback die because you're doing this through cameras.
Yep.
But other than that, you are good to go. Actually, if this really matters to you, do you want to spend a story point to upgrade your check?
Yes,
Yes, I do.
Just got a bunch.
I'm voting.
I'm voting. Go out and vote, everybody.
I have a say.
Do it now.
I'm not saying I'm like kind of across the room from him. I don't like to bleed. It's the worst.
Yeah. I have another weird idea. And I know you had already started putting together my dice, but is he wearing armor that has attack quality? Because I could instead immobilize him.
Right. He is wearing armor, but it is not tech.
Okay. So, yep, I will jam his weapon. I will try to jam his weapon. Let me know when you're ready for me to roll.
Or some earpiece, or...
he probably does have an earpiece and whatnot to stay in touch with the security that narrowed down the search for him. So
I think dealing with the weapon is a bigger priority right now.
I'd agree with that.
Real bullets,
right
yeah, no. All right.
Assault rifle.
Yeah, ready for me to...
It's a very descriptive name.
Yeah, you are ready.
All right.
Okay. All right. So, take 2 straight for doing the widejacking. You succeed, so it now has slow firing 1. Mind you that this is a rerun action, so you're going to have to spend a maneuver on your next turn to keep it going if you decide to.
Yep.
And what else is there for the... That's the wrong one. What's the base one? Oh, right. So it's adding 2 setback die for the base monkey wrench program. And it only has slow firing 1 now, which that's a heck of a setback for him. So let me just quickly put a 2 setback die note and slow firing 1. I'll just have to try to remember. 3 threat though on Y-jacking.
I mean, I would guess at this point they figured someone else is, if I may suggest something.
Mhm.
2 strange things have suddenly happened out of nowhere. They've got to figure someone's probably in the cameras doing something. Maybe they start trying to take out the cameras.
Okay.
I like visually. I like that suddenly they just look up and the camera's pointing right at them. And they're like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that they realize that there's a Y-jacker here.
Absolutely. I know what to do. Okay. So, yes, they totally realize that there's a Y-jacker going through cameras. Where is it? There we go. So, because you're plugged into the system.
Uh-oh. Wait, where did the SysOp team come from? They disappeared out of nowhere.
Moving at the speed of network, a SysOp team comes careening into your particular server and begins searching around and finding your digital signature to try to evict the intruder.
Lock down my personal firewall.
That's awesome. That is cool. That is super cool. I love it.
Which means I need another initiative slot. How about that? Cool. And that went down to... that's the first PC, so we just sorted it again. Cool. All right. Need to extend the turn order now. Jeesh. Crowded in here. Okay. So to be fair, you still have your. To be fair, you still have your maneuver or 2 to do if you like. One of those maneuvers could be jack out safely, but you'd lose access to the cameras.
Not that you need that, obviously.
My firewall will totally protect me from this. Like, I don't know what y'all are talking about. I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine.
We shall see. All right, first NPC gets to go. Sorry, unless you wanted to take a maneuver to do something else.
I was reading things, but No, I think I'm good.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to move on, if you don't mind. Let's see.
Yeah.
What do I... All right, so we're going to have the Dragoon move up to here.
Oh, I hate it.
Yeah, you kind of do.
You should. You should. Look at that juicy target.
He's going to... Yeah, it's so attractive. Of bullets. He's going to level off his assault rifle in the general direction of Sawyer and Gray.
Oh, thank God. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you taking a bullet for me.
Hey, no problem, pal.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
He is going to utilize the auto fire portion of his weapon, so he's going to increase the difficulty once. I think both of you have one setback, one defense for range, so I'm going to add that in. But he also has 2 setback die from the monkey wrench that Harper just did. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say, hey, Harper. Sorry, not Harper. Hey, Gray, would you like to spend a strain to dodge?
Yes, I would.
Yeah, I thought so. Bloop. There you go. So now that's 1 upgrade against him. He is going to quickly spend 2 strain to take the aim maneuver as he comes around the corner. And he is hoping to spray the zone and get one or two of you. Because I have a bad feeling that since he's not going to be using his rifle next round, he's going to upgrade his check with a story point, and we'll see how we do. Rifle. 1 success. Okay. So, Gray, as you were the hardest difficulty, you are the primary target. So you are taking 9 wounds.
Okay. I have a soak of 4, so that becomes a 5 wound.
5 wounds. You got it.
Okay. So that comes off my strain. Is that correct?
No.
Oh, wounds.
Wounds, yes.
Ooh, that's a bigger deal.
Yep.
Yeah.
Never underestimate the power of strain, though.
Right. No, strain is generally to be managed, but there is a lot of strain damage flying around when people have rubber bullets. But the Dragoon goes on a different level.
Right.
So the Dragoon gun then jams at the end of it, and he sort of just looks at it frustratedly. And he doesn't sling it exactly, but he'll. There seems to be some like automatic system trying to clear the jam or something like that that is struggling against the hijacking program currently running. Second PC action.
This feels like a cool place for me to be like when his gun starts jamming, me to be just like pop my claws out and just smile at him and just like like Wolverine.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I'm picturing Thundercats, man.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna leap on this guy and just start going to town.
Okay. Let me clear that. So that's going to make that easy. So normally a melee attack is a difficulty of 2 purple. However, the Dragoon has adversary 2, which means he upgrades combat checks against him twice. He also has a melee defense of 2. So that gives you 2 setback dice.
Okay. Well, I mean, we've got to try it anyway, right? It's not like this guy's going to go away on his own.
Fight the power.
Do I use my empowered strikes now or after when I hit?
You do it for the attack, and that'll also determine how much damage you do.
Okay, well then can I use that before, ahead of time?
Yep, yeah, you still have them active now from the last time.
Okay, blam. Oh, I still have it active. Okay, well, I'll just push the button then?
On the Empowered Strikes Combat tab, yeah.
Empowered Strikes Combat tab.
Yeah, So, you're on the Weapons, Talents, and Powers. Scroll down to Weapons, and you got Enhanced Claws, and you just hit the big D20 in the center.
That's okay. So, bam. There it is.
Oh my god.
Whoa,
okay.
nice, dude. Fuck yeah. Look at all the successes.
I think that's good. I'm hearing positive things about the roll.
That's 12 damage.
Right.
Sorry. I got very excited. That was really, really good.
Nice.
Okay. Oh boy.
I'm gonna be sad when he soaks like 8, but
You are very close.
Still really good.
no.
I had my Wolverine moment. That's all I care
You
about.
did what we could not. So good
So
job.
12 damage becomes 5. Wound damage, I'm assuming you're clawing into him.
Yeah, yes. We already did that flashback. This guy's on the bad side.
It starts again.
It's a Deadpool moment. Guys, we already did this. He's a bad guy.
Actually, yeah, that's kind of perfect in response. So, for 2 threat, he's going to take a free maneuver out of turn. And that maneuver is to power up his own fists with glowing green energy.
Huh. How fun.
It's like, oh, my rifle isn't working. Okay.
Sawyer, may I direct your attention to the parry talent?
I was just looking at that. And my improved parry, which kind of makes me wish that he would try to hit me.
If I may make a suggestion as well, to best get the likelihood of using your improved parry, you only use 1 maneuver so far. I suggest taking 2 strain to take a second maneuver to activate your defensive stance talent, which will upgrade the difficulty of his attack check,
Done.
making it more likely to roll a despair and therefore trigger your improved parry. And then hilarity ensues.
Done and done. All the
Sounds like good
strain,
math.
all the maneuvers.
Yes.
Yeah, just keep in mind
Too
that this
bad.
is where the strain starts to stack.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
So not
Yeah,
only am I having a Wolverine moment, now I'm having a Rocky Balboa moment where I just
Yep.
You're like, I'm a winner.
But it's also a Wolverine moment. Like, dude takes a lot of
Yeah,
hits.
yeah, it's true.
Yeah, if you were more swishy pokey, this might be known as riposte talent, but no. You are slashy brawny.
I see him now. He's just going.
Right? Like he punches me and like I wipe away the blood and then I
I've seen the movie Logan. It doesn't end well. Anyway,
Right?
What?
and then
Wait,
after this everybody wants to buy me pizza and nobody wants to,
And a cold compress.
Fuck with me
You're
anymore.
already in a hospital. Um,
I'll buy you a pizza, buddy. I'll buy you a pizza.
pizza party. That's how we appease the employees.
That right, exactly.
Right. I don't need your money. Give me some pizza.
So we're on the 3rd PC of the round to move along because we're already past the 4-hour mark.
Oh yeah, no problem. Who has a gun?
So far it's been Harper and Sawyer.
Gray. Gray, shoot those guys.
Well, first thing I want to do is retrieve my lost pistol.
Okay. I believe you have quick draw.
Sure.
Do you have
I
quick
actually
draw?
don't know.
Yes, you do. It's all the way down at the bottom of your talent pyramid. So quick draw. Ready? You have it back in your hand.
Okay.
That was not even a maneuver.
Okay.
Done.
Then I will shoot the remaining security guard over here.
Security guard 3. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll set that up. It's 1 purple. Again, do you want to do your 2 guns? Do you want to take the maneuver to not increase the difficulty, so it's just 1 purple to shoot them?
Let's do that.
Okay. Then yeah, you're good to go.
Here's my roll.
Boom. So that's 9 damage. I believe that's the last of them. Oh yeah. Yep, they be gone.
All right.
So the last of that group gets a couple of rubber bullets to the head and goes down in a bruising heap.
Okay.
Which means we remove an NPC from the bottom of the chart. I said remove an NPC from the bottom of the chart. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, we're doing it. It's happening.
So another NPC. We're gonna have this guy keep Cody from getting bored. So Cody, you have 2.
I'm self-entertaining. It's fine.
Yeah, you are. So that's security 2, which still has a full group. And so is there anything you would like to do to modify their attack against you? That you can do.
Can I use a story
That's a very
point
good
to upgrade their check?
clarification there, GM.
Yes, you can.
I'd like to
At least
do
1 story
that.
point. Okay, there you go. 1 story point, 1 upgrade to their difficulty,
Also a 1 defense.
1 defense. Yep,
Do I still have cover from this angle?
you do.
Excellent.
They're just having an easier time of it because of shorter range.
Yeah, I'm just hugging that wall.
Okay, here it comes. Oh no!
They ran out of ammo. Out of ammo. Out of ammo.
Oh no! So yeah, in a weird twist of fate, they start shooting so many bullets into the wall near you that they all click. And because they've already moved, they can't immediately start reloading, so their guns are just kind of useless right now.
It's like that Pulp Fiction moment where they shoot all around the guy.
Yeah. And the guy stares at the wall behind him like, "Huh, that should have hit me."
For 2 advantage, they are, however, going to give the Dragoon a boost die, basically reassuring him with all this fire that's going down range. That other guy in the back there is totally covered. He's not going to be your problem boss.
Yeah, I am super dangerous. You watch out for me.
Hey, you look like a human that knows some things.
I know
looks
things.
At you.
I know things.
I drink and I know things.
That's also correct.
Nice.
Okay, so this is going to be the last NPC. Oh no, it's the next last NPC because there's going to be sysops after this. So security team 1 does not have the cojones to shoot into melee with the Dragoon right there. That's above their pay grade. They will, however, shoot at Gray. They are totally comfortable doing that
Of course.
because they also don't want to get into melee with Sawyer. They're not getting paid enough for that either.
Gray's still lounging in the chair. He's like,
Yeah, he's been sitting in the chair the whole time. I love it. It's like, oh, bam, bam, bam. Oh my gun.
Doc
Bam, bam,
holidaying
bam.
it.
Lounging.
It's so good. I love it.
That does mean, however, they're going to have the opportunity to aim, and they have another boost die from allies check earlier. And again, I will say, Gray, would you like to dodge? For
Can I
little
spend a
strain?
story point to dodge like over behind this thing and go prone?
If you would like, I'll rewind a little bit and say for 2 points of strain, you can take a second maneuver to do that right now, and therefore modify their check because you took cover.
I will do that.
Okay.
So story points are more of a thing you do on your turn.
Oh, gotcha.
Or you would spend a story point to upgrade their check, the difficulty, which you can still do right now.
Yep.
But also you can do that by spending 1 strain on your dodge talent,
Gotcha. Okay.
which
Yeah, I was
also
just
means you.
trying to
Yeah.
clarify. That's all.
yeah. So for instance, I reflexively used a story point when these guys tried to attack me, which
Yep.
is why their difficulty went to a red and they got a despair.
Correct.
Gotcha. All right.
So you can spend 1 strain to dodge, which upgrades their check. You could then spend a story point to upgrade it again, which means it's even more difficult. But that's up to you as to how many resources you want to spend on it.
Do it.
And if people didn't know, despair only shows up on red dice, and what's the critical success?
Triumph.
Triumph only appears on yellow dice.
Okay.
I did not know that. I had no idea.
I'm
yeah,
here to
we have
help.
5 left, so yeah, I'll just go ahead and spend 1 to make it harder for him.
Okay, so you're dodging for 1 upgrade. Sweet. Okay. So that is back to security 1 team. All right, here we go. Stun guns. Oh, 2 success. All right, so that is 7 stun damage. So 7 minus your soak is
3.
3. Okay. So yep, 3 stun. Or 3 strain damage, I should say.
Okay. Got it.
Cool. That's it for them. I can clear that boost die from them. So last PC of the round is Cody.
Yeah, that's me. I will shoot the group that ran out of bullets because now I feel very brave. And
Okay.
I have bullets and they do not.
I love it.
Okay, so that's going to be 1 purple. They don't have any defense. Would you like to aim?
I would.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So before he makes this roll, to be even more secure in his line of work, Cody has made sure to get himself a throwback pistol, which does not actually have the tech quality. There's no computer parts in it whatsoever. It's not a coil gun. It doesn't have the electric power necessary to make a coil gun work. It's an old-fashioned black powder bullet.
Bang.
It's loud. It echoes through the hall. Boom!
It shoots through shoots through hospitals, and I just
Harry bullshit.
yeah, it's a 44. It's a 44 snub.
I forget if he has like limited ammo because it's a revolver. Or
I don't think so.
no, it's
No.
But it's just it's just a throwback.
Yeah.
So as opposed to all you others that are out there going zip 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 zip, you go boom. Boom.
I'm threatening.
You are.
And also very small and fragile.
I like that your shtick is like, I'm totally like, just leave me alone until shit gets bad.
Mhm.
And then you're just like, oh, I'll draw all the aggro. Every aggro, it's mine.
Well,
So nothing.
Nothing, yes. Fail, but to advantage.
To advantage, I will pass 2 boost dice on. Remember that, folks. 2 boost dice on to the next 2 people who get to go.
PCs. Okay.
Next 2 PCs. I'm distracting.
Very cool. So one of those PCs is going to be you, Skylar. So remember that.
I'd like to leave this area.
Would you know?
I'm gonna go behind here, if that's all right. Hey, Gray.
Oh, hi.
How you doing, buddy?
This seems
All
safe.
right.
It feels more comfy over here than on the bed for whatever reason.
Get a blanket and a pillow and let's snuggle. Come on.
I have one.
It's gonna get weird.
I love it. Yeah, he brought them with him.
Yeah, we are at least on my time zone. We are now playing after midnight, so it's okay to get weird.
I haven't changed.
No.
Also East Coast. We're good.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that was the last PC. So now the SysOps team. Yay!
Do I go after SysOps?
You do.
Okay.
Yeah, the very last thing.
Just checking.
Because we added 2 NPCs this round, so that's a little
Totally
longer.
fair. No worries. I'm just checking in.
Okay, so now I get to playtest my cyber combat rules. Yay!
Oh my gosh, it's gonna be the bad scene from like movies where you're just like all the garble across the screen.
Honestly, I just hope you pick up the keyboard and smash it against your forehead.
So you could, in fact, if you wish to, be jacked into your headgear into the computer system itself.
100% what I've done.
Absolutely. So you have your digital self in there that you can see and sense various avatars running around. You see 3 avatars zoom in through cyberspace at, just kind of appearing out of almost nothing. Just some speed lines. Then suddenly there's an avatar there that's, has a corporate logo of the Gobo brand, because that's the...
Yeah, it's the hospital networking team.
Right. And they are looking to throw down with you in digital punching in faces.
Excellent.
So here's the downside, is that because they are authorized users on the system,
And I am not.
and you are not, but that's a different point. Because they're authorized users, they use computers for all of their things, which means your firewall doesn't actually work against it because they're not cracking you. They're using the entire system to eject you, they have access to all the various things to say no. Whereas you are, because you're an unauthorized user, you're using cracking for all of your stuff.
Okay.
So I need to find their computer skill, which I think I had to. Yep, there it is. Okay. So we are putting in a difficulty of 2 because they're basically punching you in the digital face. We'll say you have 1 defense there. They can't. I'm gonna say because they just showed up, they can't aim because they are minions. And is there anything else you would like to do, story point or whatnot, to modify the roll?
Yes, I will do that. And I'm assuming
Okay.
there's nothing else I can do.
I don't think so, because I haven't integrated like the cyber combat rules onto talents on your sheet yet.
Like, is there anything I can do with like my cyberware programs as a response or anything?
You can totally punch them back with cracking. When I get the cyber combat rules more nailed down, I could have a couple of programs for you to use as weapons.
Okay.
I'm working at basically like apps and ciphers that become weapons and armor for you in digital.
Because what my brain is looking at, and I think this is something that has to wait till my turn. I don't think it's something I can do in reaction to them on theirs.
Mhm.
is under the crash program, there's the lockdown where you can prevent other programs or attacks from becoming active on something. So I'm wondering if I can like try to lock them out of what I am doing in the systems I am using.
You could, but unfortunately, wirejacking is for wireless things. You are now wired into a connected system.
Okay.
So on the plus side, when you do your cracking punch them back in the digital face, you're not going to take 2 strain for the pleasure of doing so.
Okay.
Nice.
So you said you wanted to spend a story point to upgrade their check, so I'll do that now. And then here we go. Oh, that's colorful.
Wow.
Hey.
Wow.
Okay.
That's a rainbow.
It is pretty much everything all at once.
Everything everywhere all at once.
Okay.
That sounds like being in a computer.
So you're taking 5 wound damage because you're in VR.
Okay.
Oh, you're bleeding. You're bleeding out of like your ears and your nose.
That is, however, reduced by your willpower as soak.
Oh.
So I only take 2?
Yes.
Or wait. Or no,
So much
willpower is
better
2,
than
so I only take 3?
Correct.
Still better than 5.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. Seeing as like 5 is like a small pistol shot.
Right. For one threat, I'll say you get in a little bit of return fire tying them up a little bit. You do a strain point of damage to them, so they take a point of damage. And for a triumph, so you actually you successfully took damage, which means we could do a critical injury on you. And I think I will do that just because we haven't had one yet, and we need to get used to that. So I'm going to head on over to your critical injuries tab for you.
You're gonna have like 1 bloodshot eye.
Right. And this is going to be a D100 roll on the critical injuries chart, which fortunately Roll20 already has stored in it.
Oh, that's helpful.
It is. Oh, look, it's a little one. They only act during the last hero initiative slot on the next turn. Oh no.
I can't preemptively help y'all with a bunch of stuff.
No, but on the other side, this is the fun part about the rerun action and ongoing effects. The effect would expire on your next turn unless you take the rerun action. So you went first, you're gonna go last, you're gonna get 2 rounds out of this one action.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that works.
So going last can be actually very helpful. Okay. So despair, however, is in your ballpark as to what you would like to do. Which
I love rolls where you get both.
me too.
I've actually
Right.
only seen 1 roll where it was double each, where it was 2
Oh,
triumphs
wow.
and two despairs.
Wow.
And I looked at that and I said, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a lot. That's a lot.
It's like Indiana Jones luck, you know.
Okay.
Han Solo.
So they can't run out of
Yeah.
ammunition.
Wow.
But what I could see here is
One of them kicked the Ethernet cord out of their computer.
oh, go on. Okay.
I like that. Go
Keep
on.
going.
I mean, I don't know what else to say. I'm just thinking because that would then disconnect them from at least one of them from the
Mhm.
network.
Okay. So I'll go one step farther. So as you are dodging and weaving around each other at the speed of computers with your avatars, you notice that as standard for avatars, they have a link back to whatever system they are jacked into. You start weaving around them in such a way that they start tangling up each other's cords and linkage, and therefore there's now static on the line.
Okay.
So I'm going to give this group 2 setback dice from interference as basically from their remote location to here is all garbled now, and they are going to have a problem until they take significant time to, after this encounter, to disentangle themselves and get their data streams right.
That's cool. I like that.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of the round and the Skylar show.
Oh, hi.
Hello again.
Sometimes I do stuff.
So we are looking at the 4 purple, the boost die from Cody.
As a maneuver, I'd like to summon my bird as well.
You want to get your bird out?
Yeah. I mean, I need roadblocks at this point. I don't know what's going on. There's a lot of gunfire, and I hear static things. Like, it's terrible out there, but I got shit to do, so.
That's right.
My loud gunfire gives you a boost die for some reason.
Oh.
It's a matter of you are causing enough of a delay in the situation, and enough confidence boosting to Skylar that they have it in hand.
Yeah.
That you can ignore all that noise going on and focus down on what you're doing.
I am doing the thing.
That is right. You still have all those boost dice from the equipment and the assistance and the upgrade there. So, yes, you are good to go.
Right. So I don't think there's anything I can add to it. I've been looking over my talents and stuff.
Right.
I think I'm good. I just need to roll commune at this point.
Actually, you are still casting a spell, but that's already factored in. So you have boost die for component casting. The only other thing is a story point to upgrade again.
Yes, I'll take that.
Absolutely. Yes, you should.
Thank you for reminding me.
They, if it isn't visible, I keep hitting the show to all players. There's the Destiny pools because it's the Star Wars app. To have it as a little window that's constantly open. But yeah, it's easy to forget. Unfortunately, it was worse in the Genesis character sheet. So I find this extra window.
So
to be
for
nice.
me, one of the things is like, big window, cool. I know it's there, and then I close it.
Okay, you can. That type of player. I understand that totally, because yes, the big window is obnoxious for such a little thing. You can adjust the size of the window enough so it's actually very like a couple inches.
Just did.
Nice.
Cool.
That'd be a whole lot smarter than the fact that I just
that shit! Holy fuck!
Nice.
You made your successes, dude.
Oh, yeah, I'm the best medic healer magic bitch ever.
Use the advantage to cut down your time.
Yes. Okay. Thanks. Thank you. Yes. I'll do
You're
that.
welcome.
That sounds great.
Every advantage you can cut that. You can cut down the end of that down
with a knife. It's a time cutting knife.
Yep.
Okay. So the
he can see through time.
You're carefully, crafting your story to settle the medic down and get this particular thing out. You're kind of telekinetically moving the musculature out of the way. They're doing suction on the blood so you can still see what you're doing, and like probably magnifying equipment so you can get a better view on the on the small scale that you're working at.
Love that. Awesome.
And in the end, you begin levitating out the scale as little bits of nerve endings gently detach and reconnect themselves with each other as you're detaching it and reconnecting everything so that she's not horribly damaged long term.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, in the end, you have the scale in hand. The pulsing you were feeling earlier from her just got much louder. Now that it's not encased in a person, the tracking part of it is much more enhanced. Yeah, that's a lot of advantage.
Okay. I have a lot of advantage here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can I crush it in my hand?
The successes bring it out of the body. So we don't need to reduce the time. It is extremely difficult to damage. It's also kind of awkward to get the leverage on it with your hands. Maybe with better tools.
Though. I'm really trying to like lawyer stuff. No.
Did we want to try to use it to see if we could develop some way of tracking the others?
Did you discuss it with me? No. Crack.
Wait, you got a flashback for that.
Flashback.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this flashback that I didn't use because legwork is cool.
We can can.
No, I actually used my legwork and flashback already.
Correct. That's why you're here.
Yep.
I haven't used mine though.
Cool. I have it in my hand. My
Next
turn is
time on
done.
Flash Surgery.
Next.
So also take 2 strain at the end.
Yes.
That's another good point. Is where's your strain at with all this advantage? Because that could be 5 strain that you heal before you take 2 more.
6 strain.
6 strain total. Okay, not bad.
12.
Yep. Okay. Okay. So
You could heal 2 with that strain. Use 2 advantage.
I feel like that's not the priority
Sure.
narratively. Like
so let's ask the sorry. Mhm.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Okay. Let's ask the group real quick. What's your priority goal that you may have set beforehand of like what are you going to do with the scale if and when you get it out of her? What was the plan?
I had the idea
Okay.
of using it to try to figure out if we could track the others, find the others, disable them in some other way than having to surgically remove them, whatever.
Yep.
And selling it.
Yeah, reverse engineering.
And selling it.
Yeah. I don't think we talked about selling it.
I think somebody did.
I
Yeah,
did.
and
He's
we
definitely
have
Cody.
It's
we
ringing a bell.
we have a small list of names. Who knows how many others there are out there, and we need a way to be able to find them, and maybe even remotely neutralize the scales effects if possible.
Like selling it to somebody who is like generally on our side or like wants to do something like we could do
Sell it
that.
to a competitor.
My version of Skylar is really opposed to selling this thing.
I am very opposed to selling this thing as well.
Like what I'm
That's also a
saying
matter
is
of-
like if there's somebody who's like anti-corpse and wants to like, you know, do their bullshit that we don't really have access to, like doing what we already wanted to do with it and getting paid. Like that seems like a
Okay.
decent.
So I'm going to say that that's on the table. However, as you just discovered, the tracking part of the scale is still active even outside the body. It's arguably worse now that it's outside the body.
Mm-hmm.
So they can still track it. So anybody you bring it to is going to get dragoons on their head.
What about we had some of that void iron and we made a box out of it?
Yes. Go on.
That's it. That was the whole thing.
That's the whole plan. Yes.
Great.
Yeah,
It's a great
yeah.
plan.
We
In
don't
the
have
moment,
any.
though, in the moment. We need to
Yeah,
go back down to in the moment.
we did one. We did
Faraday
another.
cage.
Does anyone have a flashback left?
I do.
I don't.
I wasted it on narratives. No.
That's what you get, sucker.
like, yep,
I regret nothing.
Only 2 flashbacks have been used so far.
I have a flashback left. I
I'll be right
agree
back, I'm
with
sorry.
the hey, we found out that void iron's an amazing thing and we should try to have some, but I wouldn't even be able to process on an out of game level how to attempt to do that. Forget.
Just say it. I made this ring box out of void iron
Yeah.
when we were
I totally managed.
for just this
wait.
scenario.
Yeah.
In fact, yeah, with Harper's flashback, we can totally say that over the course of the couple days of beating the various bushes of all sorts of contacts and scrounging around for the smallest bit of void iron that might be out there on the street, and the help of Clive covering the bill for you because he understands what you're going for here. You are able to come up with basically, like Opti said, a ring box size of void iron.
Okay.
Which once you establish that Skylar was the one going to be doing the surgery, you handed that off to them, and they can pop the scale into the box.
Excellent.
And
then you could be like, will you be my brain chip? And then like, no one else was thinking, okay.
I was trying
think
to
you're
come up
alone
with
with that.
something. You Excellent. So we have a void box.
yep, with a MacGuffin,
Right.
and the magical pulse of the tracking device goes silent.
Bam.
So now you have the fun of how you getting out of here with it.
Elevators.
Elevators. You mean murder boxes?
No. I didn't
Wait,
say to
hold on.
stay in the
Skylar
elevator.
Skylar just missed all of this. Skylar,
Yep.
will you be my
Hi.
void partner?
Wait, what? Wait, what?
You have a you have a nice small like ring box size void iron box to put the scale
So,
in.
once the plan was established as part of the flashback that Harper just used,
Oh, flashback. Okay.
Yep, the flashback was used, so you all scoured around on Clive's bill to find a little deposit of void iron shaped into a box. So basically, you got a ring box sized vessel to put the scale into that's made of void iron, which will then,
Right.
which as soon as you put the scale in there and close the lid, the pulsing of the tracking device goes off.
Right. So I put it in there and I close it.
Mhm.
I throw it away from me and start vomiting.
The valid response.
Yeah. And I
You
think we're
just
done here.
vomited in a clean room. Their patient is still open.
She's fine. She's fine. She's fine. She'll be okay.
You just imprinted on her. Now she's gonna turn into a mutant vomit monster.
She's my mutant, okay? This is how I assert control. Welcome to my dominion. Sorry. I got excited. I had tacos. It was my bad.
Now I want tacos.
It's not even Tuesday.
Great. It's secured. You all hear overcoms. But I feel like we have things that need to be dealt with. So
Just giant murder people. That's fine.
great. And I
And some
just
rent-a-cops.
close off comms, and I'm like, assistants, take cover. It's gonna be fine. Just stay here, relax. It's gonna be okay. And I put the box in my pouch
Yep.
or purse. Yeah, purse. She has a purse.
That's fine.
Sure. Sky has a
Um,
purse.
At the very least, with it not touching your skin directly, it is less obnoxious.
Yeah. I wouldn't want that touching me at all.
Right. Okay. So at this point, Skylar, you can join the initiative order. So
Oh, hey.
go ahead and give me a cool check. Sorry, a cool initiative, I should say.
Cool initiative. You're a cool initiative. Nailed
It's like the
that.
cool side of the pillow. But
Oh, that's the best side every time.
So
there it
yeah,
is.
under
Found it.
weapon talents. Yeah, there we go.
nice.
Look at that.
That's a dice.
It's very nice. How much?
Okay.
Uh,
Descending.
I assume the 5 advantages from my previous roll have been used up in all the narrative stuff that we just did.
That might be safest to go with at this stage.
Fair enough.
What else did you have in mind, though? Just to
No,
throw it out there real quick.
nothing specific. I just wanted to be like, I could maybe throw something out there if I had like creative juices to go with it, but like it's all good.
If nothing else, you could go. You could take 2 of those advantage. Take a free maneuver to tell your bear to like throw open the doors and start the way out.
Sure, that sounds great. We'll do that.
Okay. All right. So Ursa is going to bust open the doors and go take place at the next set of doors, just to start things off.
Oh, Ursa, he's so good. They so good.
He didn't go to 6 schools of major. He didn't. Never mind. I take it back. I'm too tired.
You're right there.
I tried.
So close.
I tried.
So close.
Oh,
Yet.
I had a joke there.
Oh, buddy. We're gonna make it through the night.
Together.
It'll be the rhythm of the night.
Okay, so Tiki is riding on Ursa's back, as is kind of... Tiki doesn't like flying around unnecessarily. They're always
course
perching on something.
This fucking
Usually it's on
Tiki.
your shoulder,
Yeah.
but it'll ride around on Ursa just fine.
I love it.
Okay, so top of the round is 2 PCs. Who would like to go first?
I can't.
Correct.
I vote on people who do damage.
Hmm.
I was waiting for this guy to attack me, but I suppose
Good vote.
I could go.
No, that's valid. Yeah, waiting for him to attack you is a valid strategy with what you did for prep work. So yeah, Cody and Gray, or even Skylar could go.
I'll go. It's just gonna be movement, a lot of movement.
Yep.
But I'll go.
Do it.
All right, so I'm gonna move to the door here.
Yep.
It's
Mhm.
cool. And then
That's
I'm
right.
going
That's
to
one.
instruct Ursa Major to open the door and then
Mhm.
move on with Tiki on their back.
Yep.
How many things have you summoned?
Two.
What is it? What is happening?
A lot. Skylar is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And then I think I can do more movement on top of that because I haven't done anything else.
That was 2 maneuvers, and you can only take a maximum of 2 maneuvers.
Okay, then we're
So
good.
you could take 2 strain to do an actual action.
I have taken enough strain. I'm good.
I thought so.
Yeah, I'm good. Next.
Okay, so that's that. So next PC would be Gray or Cody.
Cody, you want to go?
Oh, I really hope.
Yeah, I love going. And
and coming.
What? Wait, what?
Don't ask.
Not repeating.
I grab somebody's leftover, like what do you call it, smoothie that they left behind from, like, you know, Dunkin' Donuts or whatever off the ground, and I literally just throw it into the visor of this dude's face, and I use
nice distraction. Yep.
Yes, I use distraction.
Okay.
Regular 4 sugars.
Yeah,
In
exactly.
your face.
All right. What's the?
I just need to make a deception check.
Yeah, but what against what?
It's an average check. That's what's awesome about it.
Yes, it is. Okay. Average difficulty it is. You ready to go?
Cool.
Okay.
And I cause strain.
So for each success, one target is disoriented. So you could disorient both the Dragoon and Security 1 right there.
Nice. I have a full thing of it's full. Someone left it behind and forgot it. So I literally just, like, completely slosh it across both their faces. And then I'm going to spend 2 strain. And I'm going to run back over here.
Okay. And for the 1 advantage, you can cause a point of strain. I'm assuming that's going to go onto the Dragoon, but it could go on to the other team if you want. Okay.
No, it's going to go on the Dragoon.
Okay. So he has now successfully taken 1 strain.
Yep, and a setback die to all his checks.
Yes, disoriented. For how long?
Ooh, I don't know. Just says
Uh,
disoriented.
default is 1. Yeah, is 1 round then.
So 1 round it is. I'll find another shake.
It's a yeah, right.
I also have pocket sand. We can do that too.
No, not
I
pocket
trust
sand.
Cody to find more coffee.
Okay, so first for PC, we're gonna have the Dragoon try to punch Sawyer. This is gonna be great.
Fucking
Punch
rude,
me.
though.
Sawyer loves that shit. Go ahead.
Defensive stance.
Yes, so 1 upgrade from the defensive stance. I
Like
believe
this.
you have 1 melee defense, correct?
Yes.
Cool. It's gonna have all that stuff. So
That's never
He
good.
takes out his plastic Hulk fist, and he just
So I'm going to spend a story point to upgrade his check. Would you like to spend another story point to upgrade his difficulty?
Sure.
Good answer. Doop. Upgrade difficulty again. So now there's 2 red dice, 2 chances for despairs, so you can do improved parry. Here we go. And actually, he'll aim for a maneuver because it's free. Doop. Okay.
Ooh.
So that is 10 wounds straight up.
parry.
So
There's-
what if
Yep.
I spent 3 strain to reduce the damage by 3.
You'd reduce the 10 to 7, and then
then I
you would
soaked
reduce the
5.
7 by right. So you would take a total of 2 damage. Oh no!
This guy is crushing me.
But you're living through it, and that's fucking amazing. I would have
But
died
then-
6 rounds ago.
But then what if after using parry, I spent 3 threat or despair to deal my base weapon damage back to the attacker?
Right. Unfortunately, you didn't roll either
Yeah,
of those.
he has to roll he has to roll those for you to spend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, the skill die blew away all the negatives that came up from the reds, and neither of the reds came up with a despair, which is what you were really
Wow.
looking for.
Well,
Yep.
that's fine.
That's the gamble.
I suppose I can take a couple hits from Glowy Hand Man.
Yep.
How are
as
you
a-
doing?
I'm fine. Like, honestly.
Okay.
I think he's only taken like 3 damage.
Like one strain and 2 wounds.
Well, no, 3 more
Wow.
strain.
I'm fucking
Oh,
impressed.
right.
God damn.
Yeah, basically, with the level of parry that you have, you converted 3 wounds into strain, which is
Yeah.
much easier to fix. And you then took 2 wounds from the 10 wounds that was coming your way.
So far,
Which
the equivalent of a rough bowel movement.
Not wrong.
I mean, we're in a hospital. We can get a pan.
I mean, bowel movements are a normal reaction to having dragoons in your face. So,
Also a bear that's down the hall. I feel like I saw a bear down the hall.
Bear's in a room, right? Or no, bear's left the room.
A bear with a bird on its back.
Yeah, does it clean its teeth? I don't understand what it's there for. Like, is it companionship?
You have to ask them.
I feel like it's not a conversation I want to have.
It's not for you.
Well,
it's not for you.
It's about them. It's not about you.
You don't need to know.
He is then going to disengage and move down this way.
He could just go home.
He could not. He's like,
Oh
this-
no.
I was sensing the scale that direction, and now I can't. I'm going that way now.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
that's my fault.
And he's got like strawberry shake
I
on his
fucked that up.
Pfizer.
Okay, second NPC. Security guard 1. You know what he's going to do? He's going to engage Sawyer, or rather they, because it's 3 of them. They're going to pop out snap batons.
They're cute.
And engage. Yeah, they are adorable. They're trying so hard. I'm so proud. And engage Sawyer in melee combat. So it's pretty much all the same dice.
It's like a bunch of stormtroopers trying to punch Chewie.
Yeah, that's not wrong. Okay, so you still have the defensive stance going, which is the great thing about defensive stance over dodge, is it lasts until your next turn. As opposed to dodge, you have to activate each time you get attacked. So yeah, they're just gonna snap baton you unless you want to do another story point to upgrade the check against you. But you're at 2, so that's a little low for the rest of the group. They are defending. Oops, sorry. They are defending the back of the boss, so they're going to spend a story point against you for an upgrade. So if nothing else, I'll make this happen. 3, 2, 1. Oh, hey, there it is.
Improved parry.
Despair.
So they miss you. They get 1 advantage, which is not going to do a lot for them. They're going to pass a boost die onto security team 2. And the despair, which means you get to decide something nasty for them, but that includes activating improved parry. And do.
You can fuck them up so hard.
So what's your base damage with your empowered claws? Opti, did you freeze?
Oh,
there.
sorry.
I actually thought he was frozen too.
Yeah, it was stuck.
It's a bit. My claws, or did I just roll the damage? Or
Nope, there's no rolling. It's just your base weapon
Your
damage
base damage.
is like 6 or 7.
give me a minute.
Mhm.
I'll find it. Claws, base damage 6 with a parentheses 7.
Yep. So yeah, because they're empowered with magic right now, they are 7. So you do 7 damage to security team 1 just for
Damn.
them trying to hit you.
And you just kill one.
Oh, that was the parry. I thought for some reason I was disconnected. I was dissociating while other people did their shtick.
We are taking the liberty of activating
Like
it through parry for you.
I was right. I was like hearing. I was like, oh, activated the parry. That's what I wanted to do. God damn it.
I'm over here.
So these 3 guys come at you with batons. You block them away easily and swipe at one, and he just goes down in a bloody heap.
There you go.
With your other hand, you take a good chunk out of another one, but he's not down for the count yet. So that's going to go down to.
He's not my true target anyway.
That's right. All right, that's the second NPC. So.
Man, I really hope they have insurance.
Oh yeah.
You gotta protect your investment.
It's a
They're corporate sponsored security members. Of course, they have health insurance.
You get
the Samaritans should be here any minute.
Yeah, you get
the bronze membership.
but you get nice cyber upgrades that are like controlled and actually still owned. You like lease them, right?
Right.
So,
Yeah, as soon as you leave the corp, like they all get shut off, and you're just like,
right.
"Oh, none of my body works."
And then they send dudes to repossess them and
Repo man, yep.
Repo.
yeah.
Okay, so we are at the top of 3 PCs in a row, and only 2 PCs have gone, and that was Cody and Skylar have gone. So we got Gray and Sawyer, and Harper has to be last.
All right, Sawyer sounds like a good time to take his thing, and so I'm gonna sidestep this dude and head back and slash that guy in the back.
Oh, thank you so much.
Disengage and re-engage. Yep. So that's 2 maneuvers. So I'm going to need 2 strain from you.
Okay.
Tiki's on top of the bear, mantling, trying to be more threatening.
All right, and then I'm just gonna roll. I'm gonna roll the enhanced claws down.
Again, 1 second. So it's going to be 2 red, and then we'll check his melee defense is also 2. So you're up against 2 black, 2 red. But otherwise, yes, you're good to go.
All right, I don't know what that means, but it looks.
Oh, that's not good.
It looks upward.
The black X is a failure, so you do not deal any damage to him.
So I knew that was going to happen. I was going to have a kick-ass opening round, and then he's going to turn around and like clown me.
Maybe. 3 advantage though. One of the handiest things with 3 advantage is like disarming, but also it could be negating his defense. Just you throw him off his balance, and therefore the armor does nothing for him. That sort of thing for a round, I think it is.
Getting rid of his gun sounds like a great idea, though.
Well, what if I got rid of his armor and then got all defensive again? So the next time he tried to hit me, I just like opened him up like a can of
Canned things.
What if I just let that hang out there? Just like a can of. That'll be Sawyer's thing. Like he'll just not finish the phrase.
It's
Like
like
that
3
true-
dots.
Like you better
Like
I'm gonna,
Gen X.
right. I'm gonna kick your. Right. Like,
I love this.
That'll go over like a lead.
Please do this forever.
That's
I need to
his
play
thing now.
every game in the world with you now.
Lots of ellipsis like a true Gen X.
Oh, right. Like that'll be so super. All right. Never finishes a sentence. That's his thing. All right. I'm not gonna.
Never finished
I'm getting rid of his armor. So,
getting rid of his.
Yep. So you negate his defense until next round. Okay, great.
and then, do I need to say defensive stance and parry, or those things just happen?
So unfortunately, defensive stance requires a maneuver to activate as well as some strain.
Okay.
So
I've
you have
gotten rid of the
to
maneuver.
get here. So you're done. You've used your 2 maneuvers and you used your action.
I'm done. There you go.
So next PC, Gray. Has to be Gray.
Well, I will. There's one more guard here, right? Down there.
Yep. There's 2 guards here, and there's 3 guards up here at the corner.
Well,
that
those
are- that
those 3 guards on the north there are Cody's responsibility. I'm gonna go after these 2
Oh,
on
I
the
hate
south.
that.
I mean, does
Oh.
Cody take
I,
responsibility?
you know, just so you know, I also hated homework, you know, and I also didn't do that either. So you shouldn't depend on me.
Yeah, welcome to RaigeMage world.
Well,
homework,
it's
homework implies that Cody
deal
went
with
to
them or
school.
go to jail. I mean, you know.
Love it.
All right,
Alright.
I'm gonna. take
I'm
a shot.
cultured. I like books.
You folks are fun to play with. Thank you so much.
This is great. So security team 1 over here.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
Okay.
Nice.
All right.
Yeah.
so-
that's
So-
critical.
Well, so now I will add in difficulty dice.
I believe it.
Oh yeah, difficulty dice would help you.
Yep.
It's more
So-
fun than a bag of.
Okay, so
Jeez.
sadly that's a failure. But you have 5 advantage to play with.
How much of the advantage can I make it a hit?
None. The success failure determines whether or not you hit. The advantages can apply other narrative benefits to you and the team,
You can give alternate effects like, oh, they ran out of ammo, or like,
or you disarm them of their batons, which they're currently holding, which is 3 advantage. You could recover a whole bunch of strain. You could get yourself a more defensive position because you're kind of in a crossfire right now.
Can I like shoot them in the feet and they just fall over, so they have to take a round to get back up?
That's not bad. For the sake of a one shot, I'm going to say yes. Normally, that would require the knockdown quality on your weapon. But for the sake of a one shot, and it's a great idea, I'm going to go with it and give him prone. There we go.
And whatever advantage is left, I pass to the next person.
Okay, so we'll have a boost die onto Harper, which is going right now. Unless you want to take any maneuvers, but I think you are enjoying your cover to some degree.
Yeah, I'm staying put.
Okay. Okay, so Harper, you have your 3 Sysop dancing partners. What would you like to do with them now? And now there's sass talk going on in the Roll20 chat.
Yeah, sorry, got completely distracted by sass talk. Okay, where is the door to the room I'm in? Is it above me?
Yeah, it's this little nook right here. Yep.
Excellent. I am going to disconnect from the computer I'm in.
Okay, that's a maneuver.
Unheard of.
And
vanish.
poke my head out the door.
Okay.
Oh, shit's bad out here, girl.
Oh, I know. And I am going to.
As a reminder, if you want to keep the monkey wrench going, you need to spend a maneuver.
Yep.
Okay. So
Yep,
there's only
that's
so
what I'm working
far
on.
you're going to get.
That's what I'm working on. But I might not do the same one in there again. And I'm aware of that. Messing with different things.
Okay.
I think what I instead would like to do is I'm still gonna do the monkey wrench.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna do different stuff in there. Is the Dragoon wearing eyewear at all? Like tech eyewear or earwear?
Presumably because it's a full face helmet.
Excellent. So
I
I am going to use Junket on the gun, which will up the difficulty of him using the gun. I'm going to use Squeal on the eyewear earwear, which will disorient him.
Okay.
And I am going to do I can do up to 5 difficulty worth of stuff, you said?
Hold on one second. So monkey wrench attacks one piece of equipment, unless of course you add the additional target additional effect, and then
I have
you
to
can
do
spend
the
advantage.
additional target effect. Got it. Okay.
Yep.
So I'm already then.
At 3 difficulty.
Well, no, if I do squeal and junket and additional target, because additional target is 2 difficulty.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need to activate those with advantage at all?
Yes. Additional target requires 2 advantage per.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I have no clue what I'm doing then. Okay, I'm just going to try to jam his gun again, I guess, because I have no clue what I'm doing.
Okay. Then my suggestion would be basically to just
yeah, it's just the rerun.
Jack out, rerun. You could take 2 strain to take another action of some sort. Like you could do another jacking of like just brute force on the security team here because they are tech quality. You can see them.
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
Okay. So,
right,
take 2 strain for the 2 maneuvers to do the rerun.
Yep.
And then we can set up a brute force difficulty. You have them within short range, no problem. So it's 1 purple for brute force. So unless you do you want to add anything else on top of that?
No.
Okay. Then you're good to roll.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
So which one is that? My brute force on security?
Yep. Security
Okay.
1. So that would be. Let me look up Harper real quick. So the brute force is
right there.
So on the basic brute force program, because of your dongle, you do 9 stun damage to them.
Okay.
Which goes down to +6. 1 more goes down in a sparking heap. The other one sparks and almost and is writhing on the floor because they're already on the ground.
Yeah.
But is still barely hanging on to consciousness.
Okay.
And then to be 2 strain for the jacking action.
Okay.
That being said, with the 4 advantage, you could recover up to 4 strain. You could pass a bunch of boost dice along to people, things like that.
Okay. So I need to. Oh, do I need to roll for that rerun or no? It just goes.
Nope. It just maneuvers you don't roll for, generally speaking.
Gotcha.
Nope,
Okay.
I spend the maneuver. I spend the strain if necessary. It happens.
Gotcha. Okay. Then yeah, I guess I'll recover a couple strain and then Sawyer, could you hit harder with boost dice?
Yep.
Yes, probably.
Yeah, here you go.
I don't
hit
see
harder.
any reason why not. It's not gonna hurt. It's not gonna hurt.
Yeah, hit harder.
Okay. So yep, Harper, you recover 2 strain. Sawyer, you get a boost die to your next attack, or to next action. Okay. So last NPC, not last. Security team 2. They're going to move up to this cover. Oh no, sorry, forgot. They're going to take their moment to reload their guns because somebody burned all their ammo.
Nice.
I'm not just a coward. I'm an opportunist coward.
How long does this surgery take? It's been like a minute already.
It's done, bitch. Love you. I'm sorry.
Don't take that kind of tone with.
It's all in his head. It's all in his head.
Well, continuing the joke, I fucking love it. Oh my god!
It's not a joke anymore.
It's a way of life.
It's role play. it's a character trait.
This is my immersion. This is how I role play.
Immersion.
This is how I.
This is how I.
Whew, boy. All right.
It's good.
So Cody, looks like you're actually taking a hit.
Amazing.
Well, I hate that.
I know. It's doing a whole 6 strain damage to you.
Oh, okay.
Imagine that same scenario, but me not getting hit.
Right.
I mean, can we just make it so that I don't?
I'll take 3 strain.
I figured. Okay. That's it for them. And then the SysOps team doesn't have anybody to mess with anymore. They think they succeeded. They're not on the server anymore.
I'm like, I'm hearing a lot of noise outside the physical door I'm at. Yeah, I'm good.
So I'm going to, for sake of ease, I don't think you're going back into the network encounter. I'm just going to remove them for cleanliness. And there we go. All right. So top of the order, any PC can go now.
I'll go.
I'm gonna go.
Oh, never mind. Go
Go.
ahead.
I would like to make my bear attack the dude.
Would you now? Okay.
With Tiki on top.
Yep.
Right him in. All right. So Ursa closes the gap and makes an attack. So that's going to be no defense because the armor got taken out by Sawyer, but still 2 red for the difficulty. So go ahead and roll Ursa's claw attack, bash.
Brawl? Bash. Okay. Bash.
Mhm.
There's no die roll for that.
On Ursa Major, you need to open up Ursa Major's sheet instead of your own.
I have done so. Yep.
Okay. And on the NPC sheet tab, you scroll down for weapons, and there's a bash attack.
Yep. I see bash attack. I don't see a die roll for it.
In the center between critical and encumbrance.
Oh, there it is. It's very small. Just like, never mind.
Okay. One
So no
advantage.
success, but advantage.
Yep.
Pass it on. Pass it
That's right.
on.
So.
Or recover strain.
So Ursa Major
Mhm.
unleashes a flurry of claw attacks.
Absolutely.
Such that the weird fucking dragoon dick face is overwhelmed. And I feel like Sawyer gets some benefit from what I just did.
Okay. So with one advantage, it can be the next PC to go. That was one maneuver for Skylar. What does Skylar want to do with the rest of their action?
Skylar wants to cry.
I think we
Sky-
all do.
Skylar would move out into the hallway
Okay.
to here.
Mm-hmm.
So
So that's a second maneuver for 2 strain.
too many. Okay.
Unless he doesn't take an action, right?
Stay back.
Okay.
If he doesn't
I'll
take an
stay
action,
back.
he can do it,
I'll
right?
just stay there. I'm good.
Okay.
No maneuvers. I'm good.
All right.
All done.
Okay. Cool. All right. So next PC to go.
Sounds like
Yeah,
it's
I'll go.
Sawyer.
Sounds like it's Sawyer. So you're going to have 2 extra boost dice on this than normal. The difficulty is 2 red, no defense. So is there anything else you want to do before you attack?
No, but like last time, didn't I give him advantage or do some advantage stuff? Took away his armor or whatever.
You took away his armor, so he doesn't have defense of 2, so you're not getting 2 setback dice to your roll.
Okay,
And that's
and
all
then
set to
somebody
go.
else just gave me an advantage, right?
Yep, and you had another boost die from something,
And another
so you have
boost
2
die.
boost dice.
All right.
So another thing you can do before you attack is you can actually take a maneuver to aim.
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, so that's a 3rd boost die on your attack.
I want to see this guy's head on a.
Detached from his body and on your claws.
Love it. Nope. We don't get to know. That's the mystery of Sawyer.
All right, so roll your enhanced claws.
Oh gosh, come on.
Okay.
No, you
Oh, that's
hit.
good.
That's good.
That's good. Okay.
That
I
is in
feel like
fact-
I feel like learning the language of this dice system takes a bit.
It does.
Yeah, but
Sure.
after one night, it's like a boot camp.
Yep. The big thing is figuring out the probabilities is almost futile. And that's kind of what I like about it. The fact of I can't on a whim go, oh, my percentage chance is 5 or 15 or 50 or whatever.
You can't tell if a system is broken if you can't figure out the dice mechanics.
Perfection.
Brilliant. That's credit proof. I love it.
It's horrible and brilliant at the same time. Damn it.
And as we've seen, you can get a lot of success, but because you rolled nothing but successes in your dice, that means all the threats didn't get canceled out, so you have threats to deal with, and then the triumphs and despairs show up at the same time, and other fun stuff.
Bring on the
it's
threats.
Extremely dynamic. So with one success, you do in fact nick him for a point of damage. For one advantage, unfortunately, probably the best thing to do would be to recover one strain. Because you are likely to be, if I read you correctly, activating your defensive stance again in case he punches you again.
Sure, yes.
Okay, so activating defensive stance is going to cost 2 strain for the maneuver and then 1 strain for the activation of the talent.
Okay, so now I'm getting a little bit winded.
Yeah, it catches up to you.
Mm-hmm. Especially with parry, 3 at a shot is just woof.
Yeah.
Okay. That brings us to the first NPC action. All right.
Man, that was so. I don't know. Like I felt like that first opening salvo. I was like, oh I'm a god, and then it was just like, nah. That was a really random.
It's kind of sometimes you roll 19 and sometimes you roll 9.
Yeah.
Sometimes Genesis combats are over real quick, and sometimes they are not.
Right. Who do I want to go? I had one. He's in a popular environment, so sure, we'll have the Dragoon go first. All right, so Sawyer, you are a 2 purple, 1 defense, and 1 upgrade from your defensive stance.
Correct.
He's going to take an aim. What else does he have going for him? Those 2 setback dice are for using the gun, which he's not going to do right now. So yeah, that's pretty much it for his empowered strikes back at you. Let's see if this works. Actually, I'm going to... Oh, nope. I should spend my story points, thank you very much, to upgrade the difficulty, to upgrade his skill. And then, here we go. A hit! Oh my gosh! So that is therefore 6 damage.
Okay.
And he has enough advantage to do a critical injury.
Oh no.
But does 6 damage actually injure you?
I take 1 wound.
Okay, so because you would take 1 wound off of your soak, do you want to activate parry, which would be 3 strain to remove 1 wound, but that would prevent him from being... Because you are going to take 1 wound, he can activate a critical on you, and he absolutely will.
Do that.
You don't want a critical.
Yes, do that.
So theoretically, what happens if I reach my strain threshold?
You pass out.
So I guess we're gonna have to take it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Fair enough.
Sweet. All right. So you take 1 wound. You take a critical injury from his magically empowered fists. I'm gonna hop over to your critical injuries chart. Let me double check.
Yeah.
I don't think you have anything for crits here. Nope. Okay. Your goal is to not take damage in the first place. Oh no!
Oh no, what?
So you are stunned. You are staggered and cannot perform an action on your next turn.
Oh man.
No.
That sucks.
All right then.
So let's give you a quick...
You have to take him on without me. I'll be sitting in the corner, just doing my.
Let's do that. Okay, so you are staggered. He could take another maneuver, but he's kind of blocked in by everybody. Oh wait, but he has that. Yeah, he'll take 2 strain. He's gonna take a maneuver to actually run up the side of the wall.
Rude.
Yeah, and disengage from the 2 of you. But that's as far as he gets.
Sawyer can do that too. I saw that in your write-up.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Okay, so that's one NPC. Next NPC. Gee, the security team 1 is going to stop sucking so much. So they are gonna stand up, level their pistols somewhere. It was a better idea. You know what? I think Harper's had too much of an easy time of it.
My head poked out the door.
Right, exactly. You're like just peeking over the counter. So I'll actually give you. So it's gonna be short range, but I'll give you another thing for cover. They don't have a boost die. They don't have an upgrade. So and they only have the 1 person. So this dice roll is gonna suck hard. So yeah, stun gun. Doop. Hey, a hit. So that is 7 stun coming your way.
Ow.
Reduced by your soak.
Yep. Even still, ow. 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
All right.
And then 1 advantage, so security team 2 gets a boost die as their next. Next PC.
I'll go. Painkillers. Does that help me with strain?
Sadly, no. They are for wounds.
Ah, shit.
Yeah. That being said, there the Android setting does have a painkillers for strain thing. So again, for the sake of a one shot, let's say you have an assortment of either. So go ahead.
Okay. I just want to reduce my strain a bit.
Yeah.
Is that a maneuver?
Yep.
Cool.
So he takes out a stim patch or a stim emergency needle sort of thing, slams it into his leg, and all of a sudden he gets a whole bunch of stimulants running through him and heals 5 strain.
Cool. All right. He takes a deep breath. He takes it. He takes his revolver in his hand, and he does that thing where he just lets it hang from 1 finger.
Your mic cut out.
Sorry. He gets up in like a surrendering position. He's got his gun in the air, held by 1 finger, and he comes out here. And he walks up to the guards and he peers at one of their name tags. And he's like, Sam? Sam. So here's the deal. I don't want to kill you. They do. I just want to go home. I've got Chinese in the fridge that I really want to eat tonight. But here's the deal. There's a cat around the corner who will disembowel you and your friends. So how about this? What's your name? Frank? Frank, shoot Sam in the leg, drag him out of here, and go home. That's it. Can I make a deception check in place of a coercion?
Absolutely.
Never been so in love with a man.
Oh man. Okay.
Can I get a bonus die for that?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, thanks.
That's sexy. So hang on.
Oh, sorry.
Well, you got the boost die that I handed you.
Oh, there you go.
That's weird. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, I rolled before you added all the difficulty.
Yep. So give me 1 second to just figure out what that would be because I'm not sure what they're right. Because this is.
I love how the talent is called "Fake It Till You Make It," but I'm using it.
Yep. The big balancing factor there is you can use deception for any social check, but in a social encounter where there's lots of strain going out there and stuff like that, as soon as you cross half your strain threshold, you can't use the talent anymore.
That's why I popped the pills.
Yep. Makes sense. So do they have vigilance, discipline? Yeah. Okay. So you said it was replacing a coercion check, so it's still against their discipline.
Yep.
So where is I apparently don't have that. So I'll just figure it out on the fly. It is.
Right now it's a red, it looks like.
Could be okay, so I'm gonna add in one more red to and figure it out. One threat. Okay, so 2 success, 2 advantage.
Cool. They'll take strain for the with my advantage. As they come to realize that I may be bullshitting them, but maybe I'm not.
I'll say, to go back to what you were saying, shoot Frank in the leg and sell the fact that you got injured, and I'll just walk out of here, that sort of thing. So in fact, he does shoot Frank in the leg and takes 2 wounds.
Poor Frank. Jesus Christ. Frank was not
take 2 strain, but strain translates to wounds for minions. So bam. Oh, what the heck? Sorry, I'll make it up to you. Oh no, Frank is down. Treatment. Oh my goodness. And he makes a big show of it.
And it's corporate insurance.
So yeah, you have a clear exit to the back door if you want it.
That's what she.
God damn it.
So I basically I'm like I say on the communication device, I'm like, guys, we got an exit. Can we take it?
Can we?
Yes.
Nice. Yes, we can go right.
You have to hold the button down when you use the communication device.
I'm sorry, what do you
Over.
That's the shtick, right? He's so bad at technology that everybody thinks that's just how he talks. But he finally finishes a phrase when you're like not on comms, and everybody looks at him like, "What the hell?"
I love it. I love it so much.
Can we?
And it's all
in real life.
It's all in his backstory too. He actually is really bad with computers and stuff.
Love it. So you kind of got us.
Yeah.
We kind of have a way out, except, Skylar's still on the other side of the Dragoon dude.
Mm-hmm.
This is why we need grenades.
No. Grenades or no.
Can I take a free action to call one of the medical people?
One of the medical people. Okay.
Yeah, because they gave me their digits, right?
Oh, for the date later?
Yeah, the date later. Hey, I kind of really need you to help bring the patient to the door, if you could. And just so you know, dinner's on me tonight. And it's not going to be leftover Chinese.
It's lobster.
And she just ordered the lobster.
So are we all working on trying to get out of here?
Please.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Being that we are an hour and a quarter over.
Yeah.
I'm going to make an executive decision.
Fair enough. We could play for another 3 hours, I feel like.
Right.
Yeah.
Which
that just speaks to how much fun we're having.
Right. That makes me very happy inside as a developer and designer of the setting. But it's 1:15 here.
Be late, Rose.
So what I'm going to do is activate Sawyer and Gray's flashback at once. Because both of them have athletics for physical access. So they set up a evacuation method ahead of time. They set up a secret back door sort of thing, so that as opposed to having to go around to this obvious door or whatnot, they figured out down here, they turned that graded window into a more obvious window so people can just funnel out this way. So, in the fullness of time, you're able to make it out faster than the Dragoon can follow you. You get down to the van, and you get to the van in the perfect spot before the Dragoon can get to their police car. Admittedly, their police car does fly, but you're able to blend in with traffic, and you don't have a tracking device anymore, so they're having a harder time finding you. You do note, of course, that as soon as the scale is out of Olivia, he lost entire interest in her. He was going after where the scale last was. And with you obviously moving away with probable intent of moving the object, you're the interested party to possibly detain. He can assign the other crew to sweep the area for it. So, he is now rudderless, searching for this object. So you're able to make a relatively clean getaway and get back to Clive. Also, in the fullness of time, your future date, Cody, does in fact meet up with you at the predetermined restaurant, escorting recovered Olivia.
It's a Red Lobster.
It's gourmet in the future, you know.
It comes back around. It's sorry, as I clean up a little bit. Remove all turns. Clear. Cool. You get back to you recover Olivia from your date. Olivia is apparently also part of the dinner plans. As she's a little... Oh, no, not the after-dinner plans. The dinner plans. You're paying for her, too.
I mean, this is great. And, you know, I love to listen to other people's opinions and not just my own.
That's not true.
It's not, but that's why I have a high deception.
Yes.
Eventually, you escort Olivia back to Clive's place. They get into a family row, elevated discussion, shall we say, that seems to have more heat than is just due to the current situation.
This is really awkward, and I'm just gonna...
Yes.
I'm just gonna go.
That's probably for the best. When that all dies down, Clive will contact you again a separate time with much thanks and appreciation, and a whole bunch of discounted wares, some of which are legit, some of which are hot, various things that can help you and your community out. Harper, you start looking into the other names that were on the list, and you also sorry, names are blanking again. Skylar, you start looking into people that can help you with researching the scale when you decide to crack open the box and risk the tracking device going off again. So Harper, after a couple of days, you finally do start tracking down some of the people that were on the list, and as you start showing up to their places or looking as to like when their last digital fingerprints were on the CityNet, all of them to a person vanished in the past couple of days.
Ooh. That's not good.
Meanwhile, with the scale, you eventually work out a deal with another, with a shard friend shard contact, I should say, that is able to set up a fairly good ward that you think will be good enough to risk opening the Void Iron box to get a better delving into the scale.
Okay.
You're not sure how long you want to risk that, so you're probably playing with time over time. It's going to be a lengthy process to figure it out and really get into it, but you are able to figure out a workspace to do so.
Awesome.
So perhaps the next module will be more into figuring out the depths of how these skills work and more sleeper agents that didn't get erased.
You need a workshop that's made out of void
iron.
Right? Yeah, maybe slide down the box into a wire circle and keep it contained with.
And like have lunch in there every day for meetings with our wizard
I
friends.
mean, it's also it's a workshop that no one wants to be in.
I'm fine.
Yes,
I mean,
that
you're
is true.
fine. But also, Cody, you just go fuck people forever.
I mean, it is a job.
And he's the only one that can.
I love this. I love this. Oh, it's so good. Fuck, I'm so mad about it.
One day we'll stop doing this, but today is not that.
Today's not.
Okay, so this is the module for Anarchy in Dragon City, known as Lullaby, as you're dealing with a sleeper agent throughout it.
Nice.
Thank you all for playing. For those at home, thank you all for watching. For those of you catching it on the recording, well after and probably at a more reasonable time of day, thank you for bearing with us through all this. I hope you enjoyed learning and playing through Genesis, some of you for the first time. It is a great system that I love dearly because after going with 3 axes of resolution, it is so hard to go back to pass-fail. And just the narrative results that we all got really into it and creative with how it was how it narrated through it. We all the one of the golden rules of Genesis is you don't counteract what another result did in the same role, especially in the same role. And we had no problems with that whatsoever. This is a great group. Thank you very much.
Thank you for
Thank you for
running.
having
We
me.
had a good
Thank
time.
you.
This was a very good experience. Thank you very much.
I enjoyed playing a character that did not shoot all the time and was effective regardless.
Yeah, I enjoyed playing a character that was just like an absolute barbarian. I don't do that.
I loved him though. I loved him. Sawyer, be my bae.
Sawyer's a favorite. On our website, studio404games.com, we actually do have some narrative stories starring these characters because I created them years back, and they're going to be featured in the setting book as sort of vignettes. So most of the characters here have a story there. Sawyer has one where he was outside the city walls and talked about the wild there. Cody has one where he's getting some much deserved comeuppance on somebody high up in a corporation. That
God damn it, Cody.
first he seduces her and then he steals her stuff, and then then she finds out that he killed her half an hour ago.
Listen, if everything is priceless, that means it's free.
And Skylar's story is up there about how she had that critical moment of working in the hospital and finding out that a person had recently lost his health insurance but got hit in an industrial accident, essentially. Basically, like a highway collapsed and he was critically injured. And she decided the way of mercy was better than her steady employment. And
She's a good sort.
Right. It's like, if the options are I lose my job or he goes into indentured servitude to pay back the debt of me doing the service, then I quit. And I'm going to do it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
That's good. That's good sci-fi. I love it.
Love it.
It's terrible. It's awful, but I love it.
But it's the right response.
Yeah.
So, WonderGoon, just to double check, did you have the clicking moment that we talked about of when it suddenly made sense to you?
Oh yeah. It seems like a good system. I want to play it again, and maybe not with people watching. I learn a little bit better when there's not, people looking over my shoulder. But I did enjoy it. I want to thank you all for putting up with me and for having me on the show. It was a good time.
Absolute
Not-
pleasure.
It seems
Not
like a
a
great
chore at all.
system. So
Yeah. So I think we're good to go. Unless there's anything all the people want to say. I know we have credits that are going to roll to give our various streams and social networks a run for their money.
This was an honor. Thank you very much. Not only for like making this a very cool thing narratively, but also for just expanding the horizons that most TTRPG folks see. This was good.
Yeah.
You know, it's really funny. Ridge and I actually know each other IRL. And no, stop it! Don't let them know. But it's like this is our first time actually tabletopping together, I believe.
In
Fun.
like
No.
20,
Yeah.
like 15 years.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
15
wow.
years.
This is what happens when LARPers get together.
God
Yeah,
damn
I
it,
was gonna
Larpers.
say same thing. I've never gotten to tabletop with you, Rage.
Oh, god damn it, LARPers. That's it. I quit LARPing. I'm never gonna LARP.
No.
Yeah, there you
You
go.
cannot do that.
Alrighty, everybody.
There's
Thank you so
more
much.
to give.
It was nice meeting all of you.
Same.
Well,
You too.
No,
Take care.
Yeah,
Yeah.
seriously though, like I had a great time with each and every one of you, and this was a really good experience.
And everyone in the chat needs to go follow all the people here. Don't follow me, but follow all of them. Give them all follows and subscriptions.
I couldn't have said it better,
Oh,
Zach.
so good. It's so good. So good.
Motherfucker.
Oh, what do I do? Fuck. I have to follow nothing?
All right, folks. Have a good night.
Okay. All right. Take us away, Nuka.
5, 4,